The night's long shadows have dragged you through time and across worlds to kneel here before my worm-eaten throne. I offer you now this one chance to walk away with your lives and your souls intact. Please, tell me our story. These were the first words and the last words spoken by a Chronomancer who has long since forgotten his own name. Time travel. It might sound exciting in theory, but in practice, it's really not. To be honest, it can be a little bit scary. And for me, it's getting stronger now, that dread, that fear. Time was when I was young and easily impressed. It didn't much frighten me at all. I can remember the thrill of disintegration as I slipped through the centuries like dust falling through light. But so much time has passed since then, and things have changed. My once unshatterable confidence abandoned me aeons ago, and I find myself afraid. Afraid of that sudden shift in gravity, that moment when up is down and down is up and I am everywhere at once. Someday in the future, I hope to find my confidence again, to return to being the master of time and space. You might believe that's a strange notion for a time traveler to have. If my ambition is in the future, why don't I just make the future right now? Well, time travel doesn't work like that. It's far more complicated than you think. And the only guide I have to follow is me. These were the last words and the first words spoken by a Chronomancer who has long since forgotten his own name. Kelvin Stonewarden, you are dead. But your story isn't over yet. After coming to Nightland to be reunited, if just for a few moments, to fight alongside your old friend, Sir Riordan, you lost something. You lost your ring. The magical ring that had extended your life for centuries. And in your last moments, you gave the black-robed wizard Honoria your spellbook. and then your body disintegrated into dust. Now, Kelvin, after hours or days or maybe years, it's hard to tell sometimes, you've been walking along a lonely dirt road. And now that road ends here before the eaves of a ghastly forest. You can see a noxious mist rising. It lingers there just within the border of the woods, blocking the lazy afternoon sunlight. The only shapes you can see beyond the skeletons of dead trees are red-eyed creatures that seem to be flitting through that dark, hanging fog. It's just you and the wind and your thoughts. So what is Kelvin thinking? How's he adjusting so far to the afterlife?
This isn't what I was expecting. However, it does have its advantages. Not really peckish at all. Not thirsty. But you miss the little things. But more importantly, being dead kind of interferes with long-term plans. And as much as I'm a disappointment to clan and kith, I am still a dwarf. And dwarves care about legacy. And this gets in the way. Also debts, which is why I'm figuring I'm still alive, in this form. Bjorn was a friend, and I owe him one. I owe him a big one. And so I need to look after his son, as best I can. They may not be blood, but they're family. So I have to figure it out. I need to somehow protect Riordan in his new state, while I'm like this. And somehow find a way for my magic to live beyond me. Which means that tempestuous Blackrobe is my only hope. But there was a tower. So towers are for defense or vanity. Let's find out what lies there.
And there was a tower when you started off on the road, and as you approached the woodlands, that rising mist, it blocked the view of where you believe the tower to be through the woods, if you'll go.
Oh, I'll go. Not much can interfere with the new threads, as it were.
We'll see about that. You step into the tree line, into the woods, and once you pass through that wall of noxious mist, it dissipates quickly, as though it had never really been there at all. And now it's that you can see the forest in its true form, now that you're inside of it. It's beautiful. Maple woods, pine, walnut, and aspen trees in full bloom are everywhere, and the light of the three moons shines down through the canopy to reveal a spotless stone path laid out before you. You can see that path, it stretches deeper, further into the woods.
Well, keep on walking.
You continue to walk as you have been walking again for an unknowable amount of time. And that immaculate path, it does end eventually. It ends where the forest ends. And there, 100 yards away from you, rises a tower with walls that are an equilateral triangle, each corner peaked by its own smaller tower. Now that you're this close, you can see that central tower. It's actually a cluster of towers that seem to flow up from the ground, made of black glass that is etched in white and red runes. You can make out the shimmering reflection of those runes even from here, even under the pale wash of the moonlight above. Before the tower, you see, looming, a pair of silver and golden gates. And before those gates, chained to the earth itself, with bindings, links that are made of that same black glass-like material, you see a noble-looking brass dragon. An adult, by the size of the creature, not too young and not too old. And the dragon is watching you as you stand at the edge of the woods, and there is something very familiar about it.
Deep, pensive breath, even though there is no breath to be had. I still know the old languages, even in death. Draconic was a fond one. Dulcet tones, harsh consonants, good mouthfeel. In Draconic, "Hail, Guardian! An old traveler seeks what's beyond those gates."
And though the dragon does not raise its long, snake-like neck, it does open its maw and answers you with a bellowing voice that again resembles one you heard long ago. "Kelvin Stone Warden, I know you. 10,000 lifetimes ago, we fought together, you and I, against the armies of the goddess of darkness. You were very brave then, Kelvin. I remember, and so does the Tower of Wayreth."
The voice, the words. Kelvin's not been somebody who is awed or feared. He's terrified now. Wayreth, you say? Okay. Old companion, I am not the dwarf I used to be, but it's about someone we fought alongside. I'm still here. Two someones. You bore the man, the dwarf, who I owe, and his son, his family, still lives in a darkened place with few friends and fewer hopes. I'm still here to ensure his safety. Tell me how I might do that.
I remember the dwarf. Björn, he died. Well, better than most men and most dwarves do. And I remember the night, Sir Riordan. It is too late for him now, his fate. His death has already occurred. If you wish to save the Knight of the Crown, your only chance is in the past. It is with the would-be wizard, Honoria.
Before I died, she referred to me as a Chronomancer. I'm guessing I'm finally getting around to that now.
I have seen you in many worlds and many lifetimes. I have been here and there. There is an infinite number of possibilities, and you may slip between them if you are brave.
Brave was never my strong suit. Foolish, yes. Brave, no. But I only have 3 things to fear now. That's new. So, Honoria is my legacy, my one shot to repay my debt, meet whatever rest is left for me. So, old friend, how do I travel back in time?
I will tell you what you must do, but first you must agree to do something for me.
For you, old friend, sure. What's the cost?
If you go back, I need you to deliver a message to Honoria. First, you must help her in her quest, whatever it may be. And then you must tell her that to save the night, to change the course of history, she must convince him, when it is time, to let the half-elven girl die.
I see my task is far more treacherous and dire than I first thought. We both know magic is meager. Love kills dragons, empires. And getting a man to let go of his love? I don't know what magic could convince him, let alone words from a dark wizard. But I will do this task. It's his only chance.
It is his only chance. Very well. I will let you pass. Enter into the tower and climb up to the top, and wait there. Contemplate. Contemplate for as long as it takes until you are no longer alone. And then I believe, Kelvin Stone Warden, you will know what to do.
Thank you, old friend. Walks up, gives the dragon a good, long look.
The dragon cranes its neck around, slinking along the ground to meet your gaze. And when you look into its eyes, you don't see a young adult dragon. You see old eyes, eyes that are much older than what you remember, eyes that have seen much. And there's a certain sadness there. It speaks one more time. If you see me again, or if you can pass the message along to the companions, tell them that I am old and I am lonely, and I wish for them to release me from this life.
You have my word. Rest now so that we both might rest. I have a date with a dark wizard.
The dragon yawns, and as it does, the ground begins to shake beneath your feet. The two gates in front of you, the silver and the golden gates, they open with a slight creak. You can see there, through them, a courtyard that leads up to the tower itself.
I hated stairs in life. Why should anything change in death? And just hustle. He may think he has all the time in the world, but he knows better. And so, an unfortunately old dwarf, and more unfortunately dead dwarf, sends the Tower of Waywrath to meditate at the top and wait for someone.
As you enter into the tower, it's empty and it's cold. Its walls and its floors and its stairs, all made of that same black glass, etched with the same red and white runes. A monument to the balance of power between Solinari, Lunatari, and Nutari, the gods of magic. And at last you do find yourself at the top in a room. Everything here is that same black glass, except for one wall, which seems to be a mirror. As you're contemplating, you can make out your phantom reflection, faint, flickering, but there in the mirror. What does Kelvin's reflection look like to him? How does he see himself? Is it as he truly is? Is it as he wishes he would be? Or does he see himself as something he is afraid of becoming?
Again, fear's never been his thing. Ambition, yes. Ambition's what killed him. But right now there's a humility. Seeing an old ally. And now realizing what the story is now. There's a humbleness that's there. And the reflection is a pale one of what you see before you. Hollow eyes, black lips, a faded appearance. The cloak is black. The robes a faded red, almost like when you drag some blood across your flesh. Just a bit of the blush it were. That's what stands before him. A hollow dwarf.
And you stare at that hollow dwarf for an unknowable amount of time. It could be days, weeks, longer. It's hard to tell. But we are going to move away from Pope's contemplation, from Kelvin's meditation. And we're going to meet Honoria Salanthus. Honoria Salanthus, just 12 hours younger than the first time we met her, on the same day that she entered into the Tower of High Sorcery in the city of Palanthus. But right now, it's the night before. She's dreaming. She's dreamt before. And right now, Honoria, you are flying. Has Honoria ever flown in her dreams before? Has she ever flown in the real world before?
I don't think so. I think she's watched other people fly, but without having experienced herself, it probably wouldn't have made her way into her dreams. If anything, standing on the edge of a cliff, watching other people fly, going to cast the spell herself, and inevitably failing and cracking down on the rocks below, where she would wake up time after time, frustrated with her failures.
And in the dream now, how high does she dare to fly?
It would be the equivalent of Mount Everest. It is always the highest place in the world, in a place where the air would be naturally too thin to even breathe, that flying is her only choice of survival. There is no running back, there is only going forward. Both could mean uncertain death.
And as she flies higher, how does she look? How does she feel? Where is the highest point for her? Where is her Mount Everest in her dreams?
It would probably be looking over her family's home, still somehow impossibly being able to see that tiny, wretched, squalor place where she lives and flying above it with triumph. Anytime looking down, just knowing that she is free of that place. But always behind her, she's looking over her shoulder, still feeling like she's flying away from something. She's running all speed.
Roll me an Arcana check.
17.
The wind picks up, and for a moment, you begin to fall, as you have before when your spell has failed. You crashed into the ground. You managed to hold on this time, but you feel this force above you, to your side, below you, everywhere, fighting against what you desire. And while you are there in the air, you can make out your family's house beneath you. You do see 3 figures standing there just outside the front door, looking up at you, all staring at you. One of them is your father. What does your father look like?
He is a rotund, elderly gentleman who tries too hard to keep up with the current appearances of the world. He's balding at the top, gray hair long on the sides, and he has one set of clothes that really is considered fancy to him, but probably still couldn't get him into the most basic of establishments in the rest of the cities that are better kept. My mother is like me. She is thin and frail. Her wrists, you could wrap your entire hand around them almost twice.
Roll me another Arcana check.
25.
You don't see your mother below. You see your father glowering up at you while you hang fight in the air, still able to hold your spell. But beside him, you see 2 other figures. The next one, a battered-faced, middle-aged man, a knight of the crown. And he's looking up at you too. Salt and pepper beard. You don't recognize him.
Probably some suitor that my father is traipsing about for me to go and parade and put on my good girl face and serve wine and listen to all the obscenities that they laugh about the table.
He does hold one hand up towards you, stretching it, not too far. Has your father brought around many suitors? Is this a common game that you played when you were younger?
Oh, it's probably one of the only things that still keeps him in business, is the promise of trading his property, his daughter, which, being from a small town, not many young women are from, and he treats me like a prized cow or pig and traipses me around, spending far too much time fussing in ways that are not appropriate for a father, nor for a girl of my age, probably as young as 10.
Roll me another Arcana check.
16.
Again, the wind pushes at you, and for a moment you're falling again. You pull up and you fly. Now you're just floating 20, 25 feet above the top of your house. And you can see the 3rd figure there. It's a black-robed man with dark eyes and a face that glimmers like gold. Something strange about those dark eyes, something more than human.
Who are you? You're no suitor.
Roll me one more Arcana check.
Natural one.
A gust of wind comes down from above. It strikes you in the back, and now you're falling. You slam into the top of your house, the roof of your house, and you begin to roll off. And then you feel an arm grab your arm. A hand grips around your forearm, and that black-robed figure, if you'll take his hand, is beginning to fly himself.
Absolutely. Anything to get away from my father. But I still look at him with a burning enmity, not knowing who he is.
As you lift up into the air, 20, 30, 40, 50 feet higher than you were flying before, you see that reaching knight and that glowering face of your father, disappointed in your choices, disappear below. There are ants beneath you now, and you are in the air. The wind fades away, and you're flying. The black-robed figure releases you, and you are still flying.
Who are you? Trying to keep the tremor out of my voice.
I am a teacher that is always looking for new students. I like my students to be the best, and I believe you may have a lot of potential, Honoria Salanthus.
I am called gifted by those around me. Prodigy. That has done nothing to aid my life. Has done nothing to aid my mother, my sisters. People watch me as though I'm some kind of freak. I will not marry you. I look at him angry since he starts laughing.
Oh dear, I do not want your hand in marriage. Marriage is a short-sighted notion, don't you think?
It serves no purpose. As a contract that can be broken at any time.
You have a master already. Are you satisfied with your progress beneath him?
No. I think that he keeps me down because I could excel past him already. I think that he refuses to give me writings or let me practice because he knows that I can't afford it. I think that I have more.
Well, that is exactly what I had hoped to hear. There is something you could do for me that, if you succeed well enough, let's call it a test, then I might be willing to lift you from your current situation, to let you follow your dreams. As you say, you are gifted. It's not your fault that you've not reached your true potential. There is a systematic failure in the world around you. It wishes to suppress you for how you were born. You can overcome that, as I have.
Your words are like honey. Everything I have ever wanted. But honey drips and so does poison. What do you want in return?
There is a temple, the Temple of Paladine, here in the city of Palanthus, and beneath that temple, another temple, something older. And there, in the bowels of this city, there is, we'll call it a trinket. I desire it, and while I could get it myself, you still have to prove your worth to me if I'm to spend my time on you. Do you think you could retrieve this trinket?
I can, if you tell me what it is, and if you promise that you will take me from this place and that I will never have to return.
I will not promise you, and you should never believe a promise that is given to you. Promises break just like any other words, Honoria. But if you find this trinket, and you deliver it to the Shoiken Grove, the edge of the grove, before sunset, for whatever it's worth, I will take you away from this place.
You have an accord, then. By sunset.
The trinket. You will know it, because you will face danger to find it, and when you do, you will see a lump of coal hanging from a silver chain. It will look like nothing, but it is everything to me. Find it, deliver it, survive, and I will see you very soon.
All right. Who are you?
I am Raceland Magier. I am the master of time and space.
That name. Can I roll a history check?
Absolutely, roll a history check for me.
21.
You know it because of your master, Atlantes, the types of magic that he studies. He's not very good at the magic. He's obsessed with it, but he lacks the imagination to work the spells, to figure out how it all comes together. But through him, you've heard the name Raceland Magier. You've heard of who he is. Not a famous figure, not yet in the world, but you've heard the name.
I nod with affirmation, knowing the name, feeling more hope.
And as you do, you begin to fall again. Raceland does not reach out to catch you this time.
I aim for my father as I fall down, hoping to crush him beneath me.
The last moment before you hit the ground and slam into your father, you see something that looks like fear in his eyes. And then you wake up in a dirty straw bed in a small closet repurposed to be your bedroom. You're back in the cottage of your master, Atlantes. He's standing in the corner of the room, sitting, actually, in a rocking chair, a middle-aged, pockmarked, black-robed wizard. And he's watching you. He's been watching you sleep.
Good morning, Master.
Good morning, how are you? Did you sleep well? It looked fitful.
My dreams are always fitful, I say, getting out of bed and brushing off my straw, careful not to ever completely turn my back to him. Just always be standing sideways.
He stands up the moment that you stand up, almost as though he's rushing to his feet, and he offers you a hand. Oh, take it easy, take it easy. You just woke up. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling well. I should like to go and see my family today for a short while.
Your family? You never want to see your family.
You know me too well, Master. I'm looking for an excuse to go home and retrieve some things of mine. Perhaps these fitful dreams will finally be at rest, if I can have a blanket that is my own, she says, attempting to look down girlishly and sheepishly.
Roll me a deception check.
Nat 20.
He casts a long, suspicious gaze at you. Are you sure you don't want me to come with you? I know your father can be a hard man, and, well, since we've begun your training, I have to admit, I think of you as something of a daughter, and I hope that you've come to think of me as something like a father.
Yes. Very close.
I will protect you. I'll go with you. Perhaps you'll feel more comfortable with me there.
No. My father would feel the closeness that we have, and he would try to push us even closer.
I don't wish to see you gone today. I wish to spend the day with you. So if it's all the same with you, I think I'll come with you.
I can't think of a reason why not, Master.
You can see that his hands were rubbing together nervously, anxiously. But when you agree to let him follow, he sort of relaxes and says, very well then. Would you like some breakfast first, or should we get going immediately?
I shall prepare your breakfast for you, Master. And she heads off. She's never possibly been told outright to act as a proper apprentice would, but she likes going through the motions. It allows her to meditate while she's still awake.
And does she prepare breakfast?
Simple, whatever is available. Eggs, if we're lucky. Water. Bacon, if we're very lucky. But usually just a plate of eggs that are cold by the time they get to the table.
He kind of picks at the eggs once they're to the table. Well, I certainly don't keep you around for your cooking, but that's all right. Are you sure you want to go see your family? I thought perhaps we could have a lesson today.
A lesson in
Or-
what? She says, her eyes brightening, putting her fork down.
Oh, spells, new spells that I've been tinkering with. I know you're curious to try some.
That would please me very much.
Perhaps we could go out to the park, the city park. There's a few nice, quiet places, and it's supposed to be a beautiful day. It's already nice and sunny outside. We could practice out there.
All right. How well do I know the area? This Temple of Paladine from my dreams. Would I know that it is close enough to be within walking distance?
Yeah, it's the city of Palanthus. You know it well. You've lived here for a time. Yes, the Temple of Paladine is a new structure. It's not even completed yet. It's still being built over top of something. It's in the old temple district, and conceivably there is an old temple or some other religious building there before it. And yeah, it's not far from you.
if he pulls out the teaching of this, just go on his long-winded speeches, but it's still daybreak. I could do both. All right. She eats quickly, puts the dishes away. We should go then.
Excellent. Just allow me to grab my book and my things, my bag of components. We'll need those, and we'll get going. It'll be nice. And he scurries back into his back room and into his bedroom. You can hear him rustling through his things and
Can I
whatnot.
try to see where he keeps his spellbook if I haven't already discovered it thus far?
Absolutely, yeah. Roll me a. If you want to be brazen about it, roll me perception. If you want to be sneaky about it, roll me stealth.
Natural one. My stealth.
You do see, you can see he's got like a little box that he keeps hidden underneath his bed, and he pulls it out. But he sees you standing there in the doorway and stands up, and there an angry look flashes on his eyes. He says, "What do you think you're doing? You know you're not supposed to come in here."
I didn't cross the threshold of the door, Master. I was simply excited for our lesson. Please
You
forgive
know
me.
better. Unless I invite you.
Ugh. I back up a long step from the door.
Now I have to find a new hiding place. Do you know how that makes me feel? To not be able to
Naked.
trust my... What?
It would make me feel naked. If everything that I desired was out in the open, it would make me feel vulnerable. That is my best guess, Master.
I didn't ask how it made you feel. I don't care how you feel. You have disappointed me. The lesson's off.
All right. I will see you later tonight then, Master. And she heads off, slamming the door behind her.
Where does she go?
To the temple.
You hear the door open behind you. He says, "Where do you think you're going? I didn't tell you you could leave."
I stop and turn around. If I am not to have a lesson today, Master, then what use have you of me?
He moves for you slowly. You can see his fist clenching at his side.
What do you require me to do?
Clean the cottage. Clean it well, and we can have a lesson tomorrow.
Fine. And I head back inside, kicking a rock and shoving up dust on my way.
He returns inside too, and he goes into his room and slams the door shut. What does Honoria do?
She begins cleaning, but she listens very carefully, knowing that he needs a new place for his spellbook. Feeling the words from her dream, knowing that she could excel past him. Perhaps this is the moment where she can finally just have a look. Not to steal from him per se, but to just grab the book and see what I could do in my own powers instead of having him clutch it so tightly in his hands that I only get to see one page at a time. That burning sensation in me for magic can finally be filled and cooled off. And I won't have to be afraid anymore.
Roll me a perception check.
Oh, that's a 6.
You don't hear anything from his room, from the outside. It's quiet in there. Does she go in?
If I watched him walk in there, challenging my master 2 times in one day would be very brave. With an old place like this, would I be able to, even from some distance, lay my head down at the side and see where he is positioning himself in his room?
Absolutely. There's a crack beneath the door, and it's a wide enough crack that you can put your head down to the floor and look through. There's light inside. You don't see his feet. You see one of the feet of his bed.
I'm gonna go and push open the door.
Roll me a stealth check.
6 again. I think that I'm just curious at this point, not being able to see him. I don't think he'd be lying on his bed. He just woke up.
It creaks loudly as it swings open, and he is lying on his bed. You can hear a slight. He has the spell book clasped to his chest, both arms wrapped around it.
I want to take it from him. I usually keep a dagger on me, as the old legends say of all wizards, and if he is sleeping, I will have it in one hand and reach forward for the book, attempting to slide it out from underneath him.
His hand snaps up and grabs your wrist, and you can see one eye open. What do you think you're doing, girl?
Serving my new master, and I go to plunge the dagger in his chest.
Roll me an athletics check.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be 17.
As you bring the dagger down, we're going to move away from this scene. There's a few other spell slingers that we've yet to meet tonight. And as Honoria does what she does in the morning, I want to get a chance to meet them and find out a little bit about them before we bring everyone together. So first, hello, Greg, and welcome. Let us know who you're playing tonight.
Playing someone that can't see. My name is Rayrick Pleen. I am 24 years old. My parents have died in the past 3 seasons. And it is time to change the world.
Does he believe that he is capable of changing the world?
No,
He's
no,
young, yes.
Yes, but not alone, but he believes that he can make a difference. He can bring the old magic back, before it was turned so dark. He can bring it back for everyone so mothers and fathers do not die until they are old and you see their grandchildren and their great-grandchildren, and war can be stopped when it is just a skirmish. This is what he believes.
And Rayrick, he had a dream last night too. What was it that he was offered in his dream?
The path. The path to change. Was no promise of an easy path. It would be hard. It would be so very hard, but he was true and he walked it. He could begin to bring this world back into the light. Not of the moons, but of the true source of magic, of the sun.
And when he awoke from his dream, where did he find himself? What did he do with his day?
He is still in the house he shared with his parents, where he was a boy and watched his sister and his brother pass from the same sickness, and then his mother, then his father. And so he stays here to remember them and commit himself to this quest. And when he awakes there, he cleans and tidies the way that his father would. He tends the garden the way that his mother would. He prepares in the only way he knows how. Order, repetition, same footsteps, everything in its place. But he does pause every now and again to feel the sun.
When Rayrick arrives at the Temple of Paladine today, it's just before the start of an afternoon mass. A mass that takes place outside of the temple because the temple is not finished being constructed on the inside yet. As he sees a small congregation gathering, what would Rayrick do? Would he join in? Would he avoid them?
He is not social, but he would stand at a distance to be included, but not among.
That's where we'll leave Rayrick for now. I want to go ahead and meet a couple of other wizards. Next, Allison, let's bring you into the fray. Tell me a little bit about who you're playing tonight and what you are willing to share with us.
I'm playing Lila Chorus. Lila Chorus half-elven. And I'm 20 years old. And I've lived on the street for my entire life. I don't mind much. I've learned to dance, to sing a bit. I have my tambourine. And I've learned a little magic here and there to help me get by.
And Lila Cordis had a dream last night as well. What was she offered in her dream?
In my dream, I found myself walking down a country road, a few small cottages here and there. And then I arrived at a gate, and I knew that it was my gate. And I looked beyond to a cottage, and I knew that it was my cottage. And as I passed through and opened the door, I saw a simple, single room, but a fire in the hearth and plenty of wood and kindling next to it. I saw a mattress stuffed with fresh straw. There was a pot hanging over the fire, something bubbling in it. And I knew that it was made with the venison that I bought in the village last night. I stepped out into the back and saw my garden, small, very small, but some fresh vegetables, lettuce, radishes, a few carrots coming up here as summer gives way to fall, and a goat for a little milk now and then, and for a little companionship as well. And in my dream, I knew that all these things could be mine, things that I've always wanted, but never even dared to dream of possessing for myself.
Magic for Lila Cortis, is it something she's been taught?
Here and there, in bits. She's never had a master. Has only very recently come to think of myself as perhaps someday a possessor of real magic. It's come in handy, though, for getting away from thugs from time to time, the occasional pickpocketing of someone who looked as though they could do without that bag of coin, that sort of thing.
And having had this dream, this very vivid dream of what could be hers, what would Lila's day have been like when she woke up?
She stretched and picked up her few things, her little bag of her possessions, her staff, something she took once from a very interesting looking man in the market. As long as she's possessed it, she's never been surprised or even snuck up on in the night or in a crowd or in an alley. And so it's never far from her. She picks a few flowers here and there as she sees them around the city and weaves them into her hair, and then makes her way to the market where she lays out her bag, takes up her tambourine, and begins to dance for a few coins.
What time would Lila Cortis arrive at the Temple of Paladine? Would she make it there early before afternoon mass begins? Would she come later?
She lingers in the market, a bit frightened, but eventually her curiosity gives way to fear, or gives way rather to courage, and she would make her way very quickly. So perhaps just as that mass was beginning, she would arrive.
All right, so just a few minutes after Rarick, Lila arrives. Before we move on to the mass, we have one more wizard to meet. Hi, Bill. Welcome. And let's meet your wizard. Please tell us about Quellen.
I'm playing Quellen Duskmantle, born of privilege, stumbled into magic by exploring some unknown dusty tomes in the basement of his parents' manor. Trapped by a luxurious living, want for nothing, but his ambition has taken him farther. He has read the tomes and experimented on what he had in the basement. He has changed some wood to iron, some iron back to wood, dusted the shelves using magic, and wanted something greater. He would venture out into the streets, knowing that he could not embarrass his family. He had donned a mask. He could not let his family down, but he wasn't going to let the prison of privilege stop him from gaining knowledge. He's a young boy, about 19, and loves the pursuit, loves meeting new people behind this mask. He can be whoever he wishes.
In terms of the mask, how do people react to him? And does he perceive their reactions in a way that they actually feel, or does he perceive it differently?
He notes their reactions, but he doesn't care. In this world, he feels powerful. He feels unrestricted. He feels free. And he yearns for that freedom.
Is he a self-taught wizard, or has he sought out any teachers over time?
He's self-taught. The tomes that his family has gathered, someone in the family must have been a wizard, but passed away. But he has met with no one and aims to work himself into a test in the Towers of High Sorcery so he can finally escape his family. The name he is given is not even his real name.
Yesterday, he cast the most powerful spell that he's cast so far. What spell was that? What magic did he do yesterday?
Through the floorboards in the basement, the soil and the dirt was churning beneath it. And there was an end table sitting right before him. And a giant fist came up, grabbed the end table, and crushed it, and brought it back down into the earth, leaving nothing but splinters and left alone pages, a broken chalice. And he desperately tried to cover it up, mending the wood where he could, mending the table how he could, to make it seem as original as it was, but there was no restoration to that degree.
The night after he cast this spell, he did this magic, he too had a dream. In his dream, what was Quellen offered?
Freedom. He was laying in his bed with his silk sheets, a nice drapery and awning over his bed, jewelry amongst the dressers. His feet had just been washed by his servants, and he was awoken just after he had fallen asleep and tapped into his desires for freedom to test the limits of his power, and was given a task to find a secret entryway within a temple and a trinket.
When he awoke, what was Quellen's day like?
He got up, rolled out of bed, donned his clothes, was fed breakfast. He didn't even have to lift a finger. They placed the food in his mouth. He was almost disgusted by it. And then he left the table, walked outside, and did not return. Servants followed him. Of course, he dismissed them, saying he was going on a walk for some fresh air, and left the estate.
And when did he arrive to the Temple of Paladine? Was it before Mass began? During Mass? Towards the end of it?
He is unfamiliar with religious antiquity, so in the middle of Mass.
And it is true that religion is not popular at this time in the world. There are sparks of it igniting again. That is why the Temple of Paladine is being built in Palanthas. So, the Mass before the Temple of Paladine is full of song and good cheer. There's a high cleric, it's a charismatic young woman. She delivers a rousing speech to a modest congregation of mostly poor and underprivileged citygoers. And while the inside of the temple is still under construction, the Mass takes place in the lush gardens just outside of its hall. The sunlight is shining down on the city of Palanthas. Even now, even with rumors that a great army of darkness, the Blue Ladies' Army, is marching for the city walls. After all, what's to fear? The city of Palanthas' walls have never been breached. The young cleric reminds the crowd of this, and then beckons the small group to follow her into the beautiful gardens that surround the temple's foundation, to receive the blessings of Paladine, and then to have a free lunch. And that is the way that Mass ends. The small congregation stands up. They begin to follow the young cleric into the gardens out behind the side of the temple. Everyone does so, except for the three figures gathered before the temple: Rerick, Lila Cordis, and Quellen. Now, if you were to look at the temple, even unfinished, it's a thing of wonder. Its walls are crafted from white marble, and its doors are gilded and open. They're open so that all those who enjoy Paladine's blessings may see the god's temple construction grow, just a little bit, week after week, closer and closer to completion. So you all find yourselves lingering now at the back of the crowd. What do the three of you do?
Quellen looks, sees one in white robes, and looks and sees a familiar face.
Quellen, what are you doing here?
I'm I might ask the same of you. This is not normally the part of town I would have found you in my travels. Where?
I just thought that perhaps with all of the people here, it might be a good place to dance. There might be coin to be found.
I see.
And you?
It's a bit of a. I just He swallows very hard. I think that I have to be here. Something was just pulling me here, so I walked here now. You know, don't you ever have just a strange pull towards a location or a place, you know?
Yes. I do, in fact.
How is the tambourine playing working out for you?
Well enough, I suppose.
Yeah. Have you been eating well?
I have. Thank you. And thank you again for the food that you brought. It was, well, I've never had anything quite like that before.
Well, there's plenty where that came from. So if you ever need anything, just ask.
All right.
Should we enter? Do you know this one? Have you met the one in the white robes? He's not moving with anyone else. Hello?
Hello?
I'm Quellen. My name is Quellen. What is your name?
Nice to meet you, Quellen. My name is Rayrick.
Hey, Rick. That's nice. What brings you here?
I had a dream. I had a dream to come here. Don't know if it's foolish or not, but it was a nice walk anyway.
That's very unusual because I also had a dream.
You did?
But that's neither here nor there. We are here now, standing awkwardly in a group of people and not moving.
You have a friend with you?
We did not come here together. I see her around a lot. I admire her skills. She's a very good tambourine player. You should watch the way that she does things. It's enchanting.
I would love to hear it. You see that Rayrick is not turning towards anybody. What is your name?
I'm Lila.
Lila, Rayrick, a pleasure to meet you.
And you, my lord.
Oh, I'm no lord. I'm just Rayrick. And he reaches out, but not toward anybody.
Quellen kind of snakes his hand in there and shakes it. It's well met, Rayrick.
Nice to meet you, Quellen. And then you see him reach towards the sound of the other voice he heard.
I reach out tentatively, but then follow Quellen's example with a very light touch.
Nice to meet you.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Did you have a dream as well?
I don't have many dreams.
Oh, okay. It's just, I just thought, it might be like fate or something that we were all here at the same time, but that's okay. Well, I'm going to wander around for a little bit. So I guess I will see everyone later. It's a pleasure meeting you, Rayrick.
Pleasure meeting you too.
Quellen, would you mind terribly if I came along?
I don't know. I wouldn't mind at all. Actually, that would make me. Yes, you can.
Rayrick, you're welcome to join us. Isn't he, Quellen?
Oh yeah, of course. Yes, absolutely. If he doesn't have anything else going on.
I'm just following a dream, like some foolish boy, but yes, perhaps dreams have different ways of coming true. Lead on, just keep talking.
Okay, well, absolutely. Everyone's robes could use a little dirt on them, right? Okay. Quellen leads the way, looking for a door that may not, isn't supposed to be there.
You enter into the temple itself, the Temple of Paladine, the unfinished structure. Everyone follows.
This architecture is splendid. I've never been to this part of town before.
The inside of the temple is unfinished and largely undecorated as of yet, but you can tell that it's going to be a crown jewel. It's unlike any other temple in the city, more magnificent. Once it's finished, it's going to be something. As the three of you enter into the temple, there's a fourth figure standing at the back of the crowd. The rest of the crowd dispersed into the gardens, eating lunch, spreading the cheer of Paladine to one another. What does Honoria look like right now? What's different about her than it was just a few hours ago?
Probably be standing in very cheap leather boots, pants that looks like they might belong to a farmer, maybe still covered in bits of straw, and a short black shirt, a sack over kind of one side of her arm, and something that looks like a sleeping bag, black velvety on the outside, rolled up, tied to her back, and she's glancing around furtively, her eyes searching and stopping over on the group for just a moment, peering at them. And it would be difficult to tell, I suppose, at that distance, if she was simply squinting to get a better look at you, or if she was looking disapprovingly before the twitch of a smile came to her face.
You would see her then just standing a little ways back, right as you're about to step in through the doorway, watching you.
Lala, do you see the one in the back? She's looking at us. Maybe.
Yeah, she seems to be. I put my arm through Quellen's arm, if you'll allow me to.
His arm doesn't move, but he is awfully surprised. Yeah. Maybe she's a part of this as well.
Of your dream, you mean?
I don't recall seeing her in my dream, but maybe she had a different one.
Cathedrals tend to be a little echoey. Would I be able to make out anything that they're saying?
Roll me a perception check. Especially without any furniture.
Not one.
It's okay. Get them out of the way now. Get them all out of the way. You can hear the booming of their voice, but not make out the specifics. Does she get closer?
Shrek. And she'd kind of bring out a little bit of light and act as though she was looking around the cathedral, but really just using it as an excuse to show off a little bit of magic, seeing the robes, and then quickly dousing it, maybe kind of walking slowly, checking out some of the artwork that maybe isn't yet completed, putting a hand to her face. But Honoria doesn't really trust anyone. They do seem an odd bunch.
As far as the decorations of the inside of the cathedral, you would all be able to tell the statues that are being worked on. There's sets of chisels and tools all over the place. It's very dusty because what's the purpose of cleaning it if they're just going to work on it again tomorrow? So it's very, very much a construction site, but you can still see the glimmers of beauty everywhere you look, if you find beauty in things like the gods.
Don, would with Rayric's passive perception, would he have heard that command for light?
Yeah, I would say so. With his passive perception.
He's gonna move towards the sound of the voice then. You would see him tapping his staff toward you. Hello?
Hello.
Hello, I heard something. I'm not. I like magic as well. I'm
gonna act as though I've dropped my bag to the floor. Silly me. bend down to pick it up and take a look under that robe in his eyes. Is he blind?
He has no eyes.
She picks up her sack and puts it over her shoulder again.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes. I dropped my bag. It is magic. Are you a wizard?
He steps close. Shirak. And you see light appear in his hand.
You have an excellent command of the language of magic. I am honored by your presence.
I don't mean not a competition. I'm very poor in my, I rarely meet anyone that can. I heard you from across the way. It was beautiful.
Thank you. You're right, magic is never a competition. We should help each other in this world that can be so cruel.
This is why I was to come. The dream was right.
Dreams?
I had a dream to come here.
I have such beautiful, vivid dreams. Would you tell me of yours?
I was told to come here to find something, and in return I could help the world. I could start the path to help the world to see magic as it once was. To be lived with, not feared of. To help. To make things better.
You are as beautiful as your soul. I would like to help you. Would you have me?
I couldn't impose. I'm not sure that you can't be just. I don't want to take your day, or maybe.
Fate is such a beautiful thing that we shouldn't ignore. And if I can be a stepping stone on your journey, then I could add it as a page to my own, and we could be great friends.
Yes. We walk together. We shoulder to shoulder. This is why my God, its dream was right. I knew. This is right.
Where does your dream take you?
I was told that I could begin the path to bring magic back to.
How?
So everyone must find I was told it was a trinket, coal, I believe. I don't know what. I can identify coal, but it's a rock on a chain.
She bites the inside of her mouth so hard that it bleeds, and she can taste iron in her mouth, and a piece of flesh would almost still be dangling inside, stinging, but she uses the pain to make herself patient. Perhaps a little bit of blood would be showing on her teeth, but he can't see. That is something that I can help you with. I can identify magic items. It is a spell that I have long studied. And if we only follow the path of your dream, well, I can make certain that it's the piece that you need.
Together, we will find it together. We will place claim together.
We should tell no one of this. People are cruel. They would take from you the piece of your destiny if you let them. I won't let that happen.
I'm not concerned. As long as the path is started. As long as it becomes... As long as we can start. And he reaches out. What is your name?
My name is Honoria Solanthus.
Honor. Honoria. Rayrick Breen. Pleasure to meet you.
It is good to meet you, friend.
He cups your hand with both of his. It is a pleasure.
As this conversation is happening, what is Lila Cordis and what is Quellen doing?
I look over at Lila. It seems as though he's made a friend. Maybe we should introduce ourselves.
As you say, Quellen, Okay.
After you. And he motions her to go first.
I begin to walk toward the two.
You would see them gripping, grabbing each other's hands, greeting each other.
As I approach, I'll slow down a bit. Seem a bit unsure of myself in this place.
Hi.
These are my friends. Lila and Quellen. Lila, Quellen... He pauses. Introductions can be made. It's appropriate for each to do their own. Apologize.
My name is Honoria Solanthus. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, she says, her eyes drifting over all of you, stopping on Quellen for a moment, and not because of the mask that he wears, but the robes that are oh so fine around him. You all are so smartly dressed, and Are you here to help Rurik live his destiny?
We are here. I have had... looks over at Lila and Rurik. I have had a similar dream as Rurik had. That we were to guide here and find a trinket. But I don't know if that means that there are 2 trinkets down there for us to find, or maybe one for all of us. Fate weaves weird tapestries.
Are you all wizards?
As I cast Gust, so a small breeze roams through, flickers my robes. Yes.
Well, it's as you say, the weave, which binds us all together. Perhaps we should begin, otherwise they might set us to work on the construction, and I fear that I am no good with a hammer.
I am no wizard, milady. I'm here only with my friend.
And I am no lady.
Oh, don't let her fool you. She does wonderful things with the tambourine. I don't. Can you be a wizard with a tambourine? And
Lila looks uncomfortable.
You can see the area below his face is like it's starting to dampen and it starts to glisten with a sheen of awkward moisture.
Everyone roll me a perception check.
Lucky number 13.
Can I use passive?
Not in this case.
17 for Quellen.
15 for Rayrick.
So Rayrick and Quellen, you would both hear this. It's probably like 90 feet away outside the front doors of the temple, but you can hear what sounds like the chattering of a small crowd approaching, perhaps coming back from mass.
Oh, as much as I love talking to you, I do not want to talk to a large group of people, so maybe we can start finding what we're looking for.
Temple beneath the temple.
Yes. How
That is a
specific your
wonderful
instruction.
idea. And Honoria's eyes, to keep the anger out of her face, that this is all shared with other wizards, uses it an excuse once again to peer around the room and look for perhaps a descending staircase, an open workhole, something.
Sure. Yeah. If anyone wants to do any kind of investigation, you can do an investigation check. If you have any spells that are appropriate here, you're welcome to use those.
I would like to investigate, but I'd like to do it stealthily so that the others can't tell that I am doing so.
All right. Give me a sleight of hand check and then an investigation check.
Oh, 7 on the sleight of hand. 16 on the investigation.
1 on the investigation for Quellen.
Like I said, get those rolls out now. So with a 7 in sleight of hand, but a 16 in investigation, Lila Cortis, you do find something, but it's very noticeable that you're looking. Even though you're trying to be sly about it, there's something about the eagerness of this moment that just gives away your intention enough that we'll say that Honoria and Quellen notice. Behind one of the statues, unfinished statues, where you imagine the altar of Paladine will be placed once it's time, you find a layer of dust, and beneath that dust, something like a rune partially covered on the ground.
I brush away the dust. Is it a rune that I recognize in any way?
Roll me an Arcana check.
17.
You recognize it as some sort of seal, like a magical lock. Pretty commonplace.
Quellen, look here.
Yes, yeah.
Look what I found. I scuffed my sandal across the dust and I saw this. Does this look odd to you?
Well, aren't you lucky? Yes, it does. It seems to be. Can I roll like a check to see if I?
Yeah, give me an Arcana check.
7.
You're not sure exactly. You know it's some sort of magical rune, that it has some sort of purpose. You can feel the weave through it, but you're not sure what the actual spell is here.
Could Rayrick be guided to it?
I would say at this point,
Probably
you guys would
be
definitely hear the
walking over
conversation.
there. Yeah. Come with me. Our friends are this way.
Thank you. I'm gonna roll Arcana if he can feel it. If he can.
Absolutely, yeah. And so he gets down. Does he get down like on his knees and start putting his hand through, like brushing through the dust, feeling it?
He does it very finely, like hand over hand, as he takes his like forefinger, middle finger, and ring finger of both hands, as he kind of runs it down and follows it, any ridges or raises as he traces it. 15 Arcana.
Absolutely. With a 15, your hand traces perfectly along the curves of this rune, and you know this rune to be a magical lock, commonplace magical lock.
It's a lock of wood. Can someone dispel it or open it?
I might be able to. I might be able to open it. Let me quickly think in my head what I can do. Can I cast knock?
Absolutely.
And so
How does he go about casting the spell?
Quellen closes his eyes and places his hands at the sides of his head with some fingers bent, and places his hands on the rock. Tol Dogor, and casts knock, which in his mind should open.
As you cast knock, the shape of the rune changes. It wraps around itself. It forms two curved lines like a mouth, and that mouth begins to move. Honoria, roll me an Arcana check. You recognize this secondary spell to be the magic mouth spell, a spell I'm not sure if Honoria knows, but she's seen her master use in cruel, somewhat creative ways around the house. And the mouth moves and speaks directly to Quellen. Turn back, only great danger lies below. Turn back, only great danger lies below. And it begins to repeat itself again and again. But even as it does, the ground where that stone is begins to shiver and shake, and the mouth finally stops speaking. It begins to part, to open up something like a doorway beneath the earth, a dark tunnel.
Did you hear what it was saying? It told me great danger. I find that fascinating.
I'm afraid that I did not hear the words. Perhaps they were not meant for me.
I've never seen such things before. This is so exciting.
Maybe you can write a song about it.
Rarik, my dear friend, you also possess the ability of light. Would you like to lead with me?
Of course, yes. I could go down. The darkness does not bother me if it is dark.
Would you like to take the lead by yourself?
Of course.
I'm afraid that I am quite scared of dark places.
Stay here. I will go first. My friend, I will. That's why I'm here. And
He puts a hand on his shoulder and squeezes just lightly. I will do anything for you, friend. Your destiny will be met.
As will yours, together, that's the dream. I will go first. And he kind of shuffles up, if there are stairs, and puts one foot down and then uses his staff he slowly makes his way down.
And the rest of you follow. Who's in the back?
I'd like very much to try and close what's behind us as well. I don't want anyone else coming down here.
Follow. And you do hear the voices getting closer. They've not entered the temple, but they're right outside of it.
Mm-hmm.
Hurry. Lila, go in front.
All right.
And then Quellen takes the back.
Make sure no one follows us. And even if I have to dump out my sack and kind of tuck my spellbook into the back of my pants. I'll try and just cover up the hole.
And yeah.
Yeah, as we're closing the door, Quellen will cast Mold Earth and take any of the soft dirt that's around the area and kind of place it in front of the door. So it looks like it was never opened.
Absolutely. Roll me an Arcana check.
You're so talented.
Thank you. I've read a lot of books. 18 in Arcana.
You close the door with your magic, with the help of your magic, and you feel as though it's good enough to fool yourself, let alone anyone who wouldn't necessarily be looking for this doorway. And all of you enter into a surprisingly narrow passage that stretches down beneath the temple and into the guts of the city. The corridor is dark, even with the light, and it's wet, dripping with sewage. Its dark stone walls curve slightly, always curving, always, so that you can never see too far ahead of you. And through the cracks in the stone to your left and to your right, you can hear the slight whistle of wind, and you can feel a cold draft. It's very cold down here.
With the light that's given, I want to look up at the front towards Rerick and see how he's faring walking on the wet stone.
How is he doing?
He's doing all right. He's tapping with his staff as he goes. But...
What does the air smell like down here? Is it moldy? Is it fresh? Is it?
It's not fresh. It's not entirely stale, but it is pretty stale. It smells like, if you've ever spent any time in a sewer, it smells like faint sewer. You can imagine that whatever this tunnel is, it probably runs adjacent to any sort of aqueduct system that Palanthas has. You all continue to descend together with Rerick in the front, and the corridor spirals. Spirals some 200 yards. You're turning and going down and around, down and around. And every once in a while, there's a step down, almost like a platform before you descend to another level, like a long staircase carved into the earth itself. And finally, after a little while descending into the dark, the end of the spiral corridor, you see a wall crafted entirely of a singular mirror. You do not see your own reflection in that mirror. Instead, you see the reflection of a cloaked dwarf. Helbin, how do you appear to the living?
Oh, the living. I see. Well, so it looks with the cloak, the robes. The hands are definitely still fleshy, if mostly transparent. There's definitely a beard, big, bushy, but the face is skeletal. Two dark little pips, darker than the rest of shadow, lie in the center of where the eyes would be. And that is what's staring at the living.
Do you see that? That it looks like a ghost. Something that you would read about and hello?
I'm not alone. And walks through the mirror.
Everyone except for Kelvin, roll me an Arcana check.
18.
Lila, Cordis, and Quellen, you notice this, that your shadows have separated themselves from your movements. They're no longer syncopated to your actions. And as Quellen steps toward, or as Kelvin steps towards the mirror, reaches towards the mirror, those shadows reach too, slinking and creeping towards Kelvin, stretching their incorporeal limbs towards his fingers.
Well, and I'm afraid, and I step back, trying to get behind him.
Don't worry, I'll protect you. And he places his hand on his decanter.
What is your purpose?
Do I hear the voice?
You see the mouth move, but you don't hear the voice. However, as you move to shatter the mirror reacts to your will. The shadows that were stretching from the 4 younger wizards touch the reflective surface of the mirror, and that mirror, it doesn't shatter so much as it melts like a falling rain away from you and away from them. And a moment later, all of you will see as this mirror melts, so too does the stone of the walls around you. That dark stone that makes up this corridor. It's like a dripping slime that falls into puddles of shadow, ankle high.
I am softly whispering what I see into the ear of the white-robed wizard, beside him, almost pulling his cowl back so that he can be abreast of the situation.
Thank you. Thank you. So dwarf, you say?
And a mirror of magic. I've spoken to it, but he does not hear me. Are my eyes fooling me in this place? And I concentrate on every little thing. Is this another dream? Is this reality?
Roll me an Arcana check.
9.
Hard to say. It is surreal. Whether or not it is also real, you're not sure. But what you are sure, and all of you would see this, is as the stone melts into puddles of shadow, it leaves behind another surface behind it, hidden behind the stone, something like black glass, etched with glowing white and red runes. And you find yourselves all standing in the same room now, the same room as this ghastly dwarf. It's a room, a chamber of black glass, floors, ceilings, walls, a singular dark iron door.
Oh, that didn't work as I expected. But I guess I'm not alone, like the old friend said. Oh, crud.
What is this place? Where are we?
Oh, I'll get to that in a second. I'm just realizing there's 4 of you. And I'm in the arcane place. And I have to help one of you. 500 years. And everything repeats itself.
What?
All right. You look like a boy that comes from wealth. As for your question, where you are, you're in a temple. Well, tower thing. It's arcane. And the story that we're in is that you are all searching for something. And you, head just traces, locks eyes with Honoria. I have been sent to help you.
Help her? What of the rest of us?
Oh, but by all means, you can exist, live. I strongly suggest living. but she is the one I was sent to help. The rest of you, just stay safe.
I would like to help Honoria if she's on a quest.
You made a friend. Good, you've already learned the first lesson. Now then, so what is the thing that you were sent for? What, you're not serving a prince right now, are you?
I was sent here to aid my friends in their journey, she says, taking out her dagger and bending down to one knee and softly poking the floor, testing its tenacity, making sure that it is what she thinks it is. And kind of... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, it's stronger than glass.
Yeah, no, as he sees her do this and mouth the words, you've learned the first lesson, you failed the second. When the fantastic happens, lies do not become us. State your intentions. I'm too old for this.
I am Honoria Solanthus, and I will be the greatest wizard that ever lived.
Fantastic. How do we do this?
By getting through that door.
That's simple? I don't think so. There's a process. That's the first challenge for you. What? That's the big goal. To get to the big goal, we need to... You obviously need something. You were sent here.
The coal. The chain. The item.
That's the quest item. Got it. So, a piece of coal on a chain. That's what I have to help you get. All right.
Are you ethereal?
Walks through her.
That was unpleasant. If you were ethereal, then you can walk through all of the walls here. You know exactly what it is we are looking for.
Incorrect. I might be able to walk through walls. You see, this story in particular is weaved with inordinate amounts of magic. What you think are the rules aren't the rules. The real rules come from a long line of stories.
Honoria slowly starts shrinking within herself.
And you have
looks like a panicked animal all of a sudden.
And you have the unfortunate task of being the protagonist. I believe I'm the old crotch-feed mentor.
You are doing the role quite well then, she says, dropping all pretense of kindness and keeping her dagger in her hand.
Good.
What of our roles?
Well, she's already denoted that the one in white is a friend. The other two of you actually have pretty good chances because you're not defined too much. Looks them up and down. You can choose by your actions to survive this trial, or you will be inevitably the terrible sacrifice or the noble sacrifice. I'm not sure which right now. I'm hoping you live. I'm rooting for you. But no. This is an adventure, and you are the protagonist. You are the noble friend. The two of you I haven't figured out yet. I'm the crotchety old mentor, and by the looks of it, well, looks of some of you, and I already know you. You, pointing at Lila, color scheme says one thing, looks says another.
I noticed the same thing. But don't let his words fool you. We're meant to stand together. This is an ethereal ghost. And Noria kind of runs up to the wall and traces her hand along the black steel, checking to make sure that this is all reality.
Oh, it's terribly real. At the bottom, if I somehow pulled you to me instead of me pulling myself to you, there's a wonderful, ancient, and tired dragon. He sent me to help you. If I actually
Dragon.
fixed things, and I'm back where I should be, then we're still in the tower. I don't know where it is in your time. I'm not going to find out just yet.
As they're speaking, what's everyone else doing?
Quellen's looking around the room, so it's mirrors and the metal door, correct?
Black glass walls, ceiling, floors etched with white and red glowing runes, and a singular dark iron door.
Is the I'll approach the door. Is the door locked? Is there
It's a ring handle. Doesn't seem to be locked that you can tell. What about Lila Cordis?
As the dwarf addressed her for the first time, Lila made a show of humility, of shrinking away, but it's obviously a show. She loves the attention, and it doesn't matter what kind it is. Other than that, she's not doing much. But she's taken her staff in both hands at this point and just has it on the ground in front of her.
All right.
Keep the blanket with you, pointing at the staff. Narrowing it down. Keep the blanket. And starts going over, so doors first task.
Is Quellen opening the door, or is he just examining it?
Quellen is examining it and then taking out his decanter and pouring out a gallon of water from it, and then using the cantrip shape water and kind of going along the crevices of the door to see if there's any triggers.
Roll me an Arcana check.
This character's great at Arcana.
As you're sort of checking it out for triggers, what you would notice is that there's no magical enchantment on this door. Just a door.
This door just seems like a door. I don't even think it's locked.
Fantastic. However, neat trick. You have potential. Please live. And then, as he says, the door's mundane, walk through it.
You are able to walk through the door. You see the ghostly figure of the dwarf vanish through the other side. You are in a long hallway of black glass walls etched with the same white and red runes. That hallway stretches on. At your back is the end of the hall where it dead ends, and it stretches on in the opposite direction as far as the eye can see.
So I am back.
It's not quite as you remember it.
No. I'm back to when they should be. Huh. Neat trick. By all means, come on in. This is for you.
Fine.
Rayrick will reach out for Honoria.
I will take his hand and begin walking with him.
He will pull himself close. Whatever you need to help you. I don't understand what this dwarf is saying. He's talking as if this is a play, but if you are the one he is sent to help by, I will make sure that you succeed in whatever you've been sent to do.
I think this is a test. A very brilliant test. By a very bored person. She says, not daring to say dwarf. And
I will help you pass then.
you can lean on me for strength. Friend.
He does so.
And I will walk with him, listening.
Everybody steps outside into the hallway. Everybody, you open the door and you proceed. You all see the same thing. It's a long hallway. No doors. Stretches on as far as you can see. Black glass surrounding you on all sides. And as the last of you steps through the door, closes it, it's gone. It too is just black glass.
Oh, fantastic.
We can't go back. The door has disappeared.
Yes, that's precisely what's happening.
What's happened?
You're being pushed ever forward. It was in a pyramid the last time this happened. So we skipped the jackal part.
Jackal part?
Long story. Now, this is a test. Not necessarily a trap. If it is, running is definitely encouraged. Boulders. But this is a test. And
A psychological one for the one that you were putting us through at the moment. These are games. Games that we are playing. I see nothing but glass steel around us. And I almost drag Ririk with me as I start walking forward. You're meant to put confusion and fear in our minds. This is some palace that will bring about great monsters of our minds.
not sure. It's not palace. It's tower. It's actually the most important tower that you will ever set foot in. You are being tested. This is your exam.
I was not prepared. I had no idea.
You're not supposed to have the idea. It's not that age anymore. Anyway. No, this is your exam. And this first one deals with what is real, what is true. Truth is always disappointing, and it always progresses the story. So, by all means, use your talents, rack your brains, go for it, because this isn't for me.
And what are you doing here?
I'm sort of like a narrator at this point. I'm seeing, but I'm also here primarily because a long time ago, I made a friend, and I owe him one.
Well, if this is a test, let's succeed. Let's move forward.
Not so fast.
How far ahead is Honoria and Rayrick at this point?
I'd probably stay about 15 to 20 feet.
You don't see any change 15 to 20 feet. It still seems to stretch on as far as your eyes can see.
I'm whispering that into your ear, and I'll look over behind us as well to see if the tunnel's length is changing at all.
Behind you, it doesn't seem to change. You can see the back wall right where you stepped out into the hall. It's still there.
Your senses are deceiving you. Figure it out.
Mine are not.
Good. Proceed.
I close my eyes. I try to imagine where we are. He says the tower, the test. He seems to be pleased by the fact that my white-robed companion here is blind. My senses deceive me. Reaching forward and grabbing Rarik's staff, I'm gonna tap it on the ground, but listen and not look. Does it sound like it's coming from the ground in front of me?
Roll me a perception check.
7.
Something sounds strange. You're not sure what. Anyone else who wants to investigate or use any magic or do any sort of action here, let me know.
Can I use my passive perception to do the same thing? Or in
What
passive
do you
investigation?
What are you trying to investigate here? What are you trying to figure out?
If Honoria, if you share with him that what you're trying to do, he might, he's more familiar with the sound of his staff, so he might be able to dot an I that was.
Do your senses still deceive you? And tap the staff again?
Something's not right.
You have with your passive investigation, you sense something different because you perceive the world differently. You don't perceive walls, not physical walls to your right and to your left. There's something magical there, but it's not physical.
It could be. It's not. Doesn't sound right. It's not. It's either a construct or it's an illusion. The walls aren't here.
Set that bear, Jalen. And I attempt to misty step through the wall, 30 feet to the side.
Roll me an Arcana check.
24.
You sense this happen. Everyone else can roll me an Arcana check too.
$23 for Quellen.
Those are some clutch words.
We're wizards.
Jesus.
Wizarding.
All right, so wizards, you cast Misty Step, Honoria, and you all sense the. Are you going left or right?
I would go to the right.
You cast Misty Step to travel through the wall. You all see the runes on that right wall glow, the red runes and the white runes. As the red runes glow, the walls unleash a rain of fire that shoots across the hall towards the other side. I need you to all make me dexterity saving throws.
Within 30 feet, right?
It is within 30 feet, yes.
Using an advantage.
Also using an advantage.
All right.
Yes, I think I better. $12.
All right.
17.
So, where is this? Lila Cortis, Rarik, and Kelvin, you are able to avoid some of the damage. It still sears because it's shooting across the hall in a burst of fire. You're able to protect yourselves from the worst of it. Everyone else will take the full damage here. And we are going to, for the first time tonight, and we'll see how this goes, go to the Die Hard Dice Cam. Here we go. All right. That is 2 4s. That is an 8. So half damage for those taking half damage, 4 fire damage. Full damage is 8 fire damage.
What was the dexterity save for half?
It was 13, so you didn't quite make it. You take the full damage there. Sorry, buddy.
That's all right. 8.
8 fire damage. And we're going back.
The fire would burn in a shield around me as Honoria's abjuration spell, and her eyes light up with delight. Would I have noticed the runes? Or would I have not been able to in Misty Step?
No, you would have noticed them because the white runes also glow. And this is what the Arcana check tells all of you, since you all succeeded so magnificently on that part of the roll. You all sense a counter spell. The red runes are casting some sort of magical trap attack. The white runes are casting a counter spell, and that counter spell is towards your Misty Step. Now, I will give you a reaction here. I don't know if do you have the spell counter spell?
I do not yet, because I do not have 3rd level spells yet. We're only level 4.
That's true, you do not.
But these
After-
walls do.
After
The walls have 3rd level spells.
taking the damage, she looks over her shoulder and just... How mundane. You. And you, Lila. And you. Quellen. The 3 of you simultaneously cast your magic at the wall. The black, the red, and the white. And she says, looking down the hall to the dwarf,
Good fairy.
Have us cast.
anything. But put your heart into it.
Something directional, maybe? She has the right idea. Hit the same spot.
I have an idea. Quellen walks over. Everyone come close to me.
I will take Rarick with me, walking us over.
Backing up.
He takes his decanter, opens the top off the decanter, and pours a large amount of water out of it. He uses shape water to make a 5-foot barrier, a membrane of water.
Rarick, cast your light on the wall. At the same time, our companions begin to cast.
Just tell me I'm ready.
I look over to them to see if they're willing to oblige.
I'm ready. Lila, brace yourself.
Okay.
So each of you in turn then.
I would count
Rarick.
down for them. 3,
Rarick, 3, 2, 1.
1.
Rarick, what spell are you casting?
Light.
Honoria, are you casting anything or are you just counting down?
I'm just counting down. I've already burnt through a spell slot.
Quellen, are you casting anything?
I have shape water up, and so I'm maintaining my focus on that.
You're maintaining the shape water. And what is Lila Cordis doing?
I guess
I'm standing behind Quellen. You don't mean me. I don't have. I can't. I'm not like you.
It's okay. You're here with us.
But I have no magic. All I have is. I'm more than happy to make a contested roll on this.
Yeah, if you want to give me a deception check, give me a deception check. And anybody, I'll say anybody who is curious, anybody who doesn't believe her can make me an insight check to see.
Using an advantage.
Using an advantage? Okay. Let's see how your skepticism roll does.
Okay,
That's
here
pretty
comes
good.
the deception. Oh,
See, now this is a rare time. This is not rules as written, but my personal rule is when there's a natural 20, I got to give it to the natural 20. I have to.
Okay.
How unfortunate.
But your skepticism's not. It doesn't go away. We'll say this: that there's something there. It's not sitting right.
You wouldn't be in the story if you couldn't help.
You choose not to? To keep us from our destiny?
Oh, no, if you don't get past this, you'll all certainly die in this hallway.
And at that, I kind of Quellen's eyebrows perk up, and he lets more water out of the decanter and makes another water membrane on the other side, so we're surrounded by the water membranes.
Oh,
All
it's
right.
not the fire, it's the starvation.
How unfortunate. She looks over to the white robe. The needs of one should never outweigh the needs of the many. If you had to stop one person from letting many starve, would you?
If all was exhausted, yes.
Do half-elven have any natural magic that my character would be aware of?
Some resistances to magic.
That's right. Yeah. No active magic.
Perhaps all you need to do is bleed on the wall, then. The magic within you.
Let us move forward. Words are getting us nowhere.
If she does not cast, there is no moving forward. Do you not remember the tales of the three gods of magic? This is the test. And if you stand in my way, in the way of our companions, and force them to die, then I have to name you my enemy.
There are no enemies. We are trying to solve a problem. She does not have the capabilities that we have.
I'd prefer not to bleed, but perhaps there is some of the magic of my ancestors in my blood. Perhaps if I touched the wall, maybe that would be sufficient.
Yes, do that. Okay.
And do we count down again?
I do count down, but as I wait for her to touch the wall and for him to give light, and since he's holding water, which will not tap against the wall, Diaconus. And I fire breathe on her hand, waiting to see if she will have some sort of magical defense that might touch the wall and force her to cast magic.
Roll me. I want all three of you to roll me Arcana checks. And by three of you, I mean Allison, Bill, and Greg.
Fucking bravo. Don't suppose I get a deception check in there at all?
If you roll a nat 20, then we can talk. But I'll let you take a shot.
Okay, no inspiration would have saved me there at all. That's cool.
Does Lila cast a spell? What is she doing as she touches the wall?
Yes. Yeah, I will cast a spell. Well, in fact, let me ask this. I have a spell currently active. Is that sufficient?
What spell is it? Is it Major?
It is Major.
Of course. Yeah. With a natural 20 on your Arcana check, I'll call it like a sleight of hand. You're able to extend that magic out of you, just enough to trigger the red rune that you touch, and that is something you're able to do without giving yourself up to everyone else. You continue to maintain. And as the light spell is cast, as the water membranes sink into the black walls, and as Lila touches one of the red runes, that wall beside you shatters. The glass shatters, and you can see now an opening like a doorway that leads out to something that seems like a stairwell beyond.
The gods smile upon us, and she looks up at Lila for a moment.
Ellen, did you see? It worked.
Dee, you are magical.
Go and take Rarik's arm again, and I start moving.
Excellent. You figured it out. This is your quest.
This is our quest, she whispers to him.
You step out. Is everyone heading out to the platform beyond?
Oh, most assuredly. We have to. Come on. To your doom. Come on.
You step out onto the narrow platform, and like before, as soon as you do, that opening, what was a portal, is gone. It is more of that black glass with red and white runes. And you find yourself standing on a platform, what seems like an endless set of steep, winding black glass stairs that stretch upward into distant shadows. Beneath you, just one floor down, is another platform with its own iron door, just like that first door you went through. Who was going out first? Who was the first to head on out there?
Unless we changed, it was still. Did we change?
I don't know.
I think that I would be pushing forward almost maddeningly.
Roll me a dexterity saving throw.
All right. I'm going to use advantage.
All right. That's pretty good. When you step out onto the platform is slick. It's slicker than the ground, the floor outside, even though it seems to be made of the same material, and it's slightly tilted. You almost fly off of the platform and begin to fall, but you stop yourself, and everyone else behind you sees you stop yourself, and so they're maybe able to step out a little more gingerly and cautiously. You can all feel and hear more of that whispering, that wind, like what you heard when you first entered the tunnel, but you also feel the wind of an updraft coming down from below. And as all of you step out onto the platform, that whistling wind becomes more like a howl. Again, the stairs wind upwards in a spiral into shadows. You can't see where they end. They go down one floor to another platform and an iron door.
There's another door.
Careful.
You don't say.
I do.
What is it?
The floor here is slippery. Rarik, do not walk any further. You may fall. Could be to your death.
Thank you.
Do you have any way to cross?
How far away is it?
Can I measure the distance? You said how many feet?
It's a spiraling staircase that goes up and down from where you are. You're sort of on a platform. You're not sure how high up it goes. It's far. It goes down one floor.
Down one floor. Almost assuredly to our deaths. And up, which is where I believe our destiny lies. But that is just a personal interpretation.
Then I think we should go up.
The
If I
light
have a
does
vote.
ascend.
Is it dark? I will go first if it's dark.
Do I think I could scale the wall? Or scale the stairs to get up? Or jump somewhere safe? Is it basically like as the spiral comes down, as soon as we step forward into it, like we just get fucked and I could like jump and hop over to the side? Or
It's a narrow set of stairs, but it winds around this spiral
Okay.
column.
So if we were super careful, we could potentially be okay.
Sure.
There's a narrow spiral. This is going to be difficult for you, friend. Are either of you
Okay.
adept? I think that we can begin traversing this. I'll go first.
Wait. I don't like giving you a cheat, but I think this is your one. This is from a nightmare of mine from many years back. So, this is something you should all learn when you get time. In Infernal. Hazaroth. Tensor's floating disc. Climb aboard the train.
I take Rarick and I make it seem like I'm stepping first with him, but I try to guide Rarick to step first on the disc. And if it holds him, I stand next to him.
All aboard.
Come, friends.
Isla, after you.
I step on eagerly.
Quellen hops on as well.
Gradually. And he's not going up. He descends down.
What are you doing?
Again.
What actually happens is you attempt to descend down. That updraft of wind increases. The howl increases. The disc is affected by this, as it is magic itself.
Ooh.
All of you go flying up, not gingerly, not slowly. You are ascending dozens of stories through shadow. You can see the stairs twisting around you and around you. Where's Kelvin during this? Is he staying on the platform? Did he ever step onto the disc with the others?
Didn't step on the disc.
We'll get back to Kelvin here in a second. The rest of you, I need you to make me a strength saving throw.
Oh yeah, wizards are great at strength. Great at strength.
12 for Quellen.
18.
I got a 2.
Just like before, this is a DC 13 saving throw. And as the disc flies upwards with the force of this magic wind, you finally see the ceiling because you're flying up towards it. And all of you crack into the ceiling, moving at a high velocity, and then fall and find yourselves on a platform at the top of this tower before a singular dark iron door. You will take bludgeon damage, and we are going to once again return to our diehard.
I got one question for you, Don.
Yep.
Are we, when we go past the platform, is it within 60 feet?
Yes.
On the
yeah.
Rarick's going to Misty Step to it.
All right. Give me, let's see, that's going to have to require some quick action. Give me an Arcana check. Because this is one of your things that your character does.
I'm going to take an advantage here since I think this will be very good. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, no.
Excuse me. That was a 9.
We're going to go to Die Hard Dice Cam.
Can I ask just a quick question as we're going to Dice Cam, Don? So if I were to cast shield to save myself from smashing into the ceiling. Is that something that I feel like would be effective or helpful?
You will take half damage from this. It's just the speed. Even shield probably wouldn't affect you from this, but even a failure is half damage here. So you're able to shield yourself just by timing and strength. That is a 2 and a 4. That's going to be 6 bludgeon damage for those who failed their DC 13 save and 3 bludgeon damage for everyone else. And we're coming back.
You said 3 damage for everybody else?
That's correct.
And the last of my shield dissipates.
Did I get the Misty Step off after I took the damage? It's kind of something I need to know for something else I have.
Yes, yeah. You're still able to Misty Step, but you still slam into the ceiling.
Okay. All right. That'll do.
Now you find yourselves at the top of this platform, at the top of this tower. There is a ceiling. The wind is still an updraft, and there are spiral stairs leading down a long distance back to where you were before, and a singular door in front of you.
I lean down. What do we do now? Does he hear us at all?
Kelvin, roll me a perception check.
I don't think that dwarf knows what he's doing.
I think he's just here to taunt us.
I must agree.
It is nice to have a narrator.
It's really windy. It's hard to hear anything.
We can fend for ourselves. Here. At the decanter, I pop open again, pour some water out, and then shape water over to the door and have it go around the rim of the door to detect for any sort of triggers and traps.
Roll me an Arcana check.
Just use my trackpad to navigate through all of this stuff to get to Arcana. That is a strong 8.
You're not sure. The last iron door didn't have any traps on it. This one has the same kind of half ring handle, no discernible locks.
And the floor is still like the slick.
It's black glass all around you.
I don't detect anything behind that door.
Then lead on. Our friend here has taken a significant amount of damage, she says, looking at Rarick. Back over.
How is everyone looking right now, just so I know, for no reason in particular?
Quellen is 12 hit points left.
11 out of 18.
Strong 26.
A strong 20 for Rarick. And plot armor for everyone. Brought to you by our resident bard, Prax.
Thank you, Prax.
And also, our second poll has been activated, so buckle up, friends, as this one's even crazier than the last one.
I need to see this.
So that's 8 plot armor for the 4 young wizards and more for Kelvin. His plot armor is equal to 2 times your level. So thank you for that. Is he going through the door? There's a question I have to ask.
He's, for some reason, the tone in someone's voice, he is apprehensive. So let me see what else I can conjure up.
Could I roll a persuasion, because I said that our friends were injured and he was already inspecting the door, so I'm almost trying to like peer pressure him into doing it?
You want to roll a peer pressure check? Go ahead, yeah. And if anyone else wants to do anything, investigate any kind of thing, let me know.
My peer pressure is a strong 15.
I mean, you feel peer pressure. How does Quellen respond?
I'm not one to be pushed. I can appreciate the timely manner of things, but something seems odd. Do I detect if something seems odd?
I'll let you roll me Arcana or Investigation, your choice.
God damn it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
No. It seems just like the other door.
Yeah, so he... everyone behind me, let's enter here quickly. We don't know what's behind there. And...
Could passive investigation help at all here? Since it's a 21.
Yeah, I would say you remember that the other walls, what they perceived as walls before, weren't really walls. There's some sort of illusion, some sort of magic. This does, you know what a door seems like, and this does seem like a door.
He cast Detect Magic. Does it...
When you cast Detect Magic, you can sense that there's a strong magic coming from below. And you can sense that there's this entire area radiates it. The door itself, you roll me an Arcana.
That's a 10.
The door itself isn't magic, but there is some sort of trigger. You can't tell if it's benign, if it's illusionary, or if it's some sort of trap. And the trigger with Detect Magic, I'll tell you, it's not when you open the door, it's when you go through it.
He would relate this. Careful going through. There's something will happen.
Thank you. So, pushes the door open, and then takes a decanter, pours out about a gallon, uses shape water to freeze the water, and pushes the frozen water through the door.
Looks like a chamber to you, and the water goes through the door and spills onto the ground on the other side, more of that black glass. Kelvin, the door behind you reappears. It opens, and you don't see anybody through it, but you do see water spill out through the opening and at your feet.
He can't help but cackle. Oh, that's quaint.
And everybody there can roll me an Arcana check.
25.
17.
25 as well. Best friend 25s.
7 for Lila.
Everyone except for Lila, you get the sense that this trigger, whatever it is, it's not a trap.
I will start walking forward then.
Do you all enter?
Quellen would like to enter last.
Not before seeing what happens to Honoria.
Rayrick will go with Honoria.
The two of them step through the door, and they seem to be on the other side in another chamber.
I step through and follow them. Quellen, come on.
I'm coming.
You all find yourselves back at the original platform with Kelvin there, standing there. And once the last of you is through the door vanishes again.
You are an ass, she says just directly at him. You knew that was going to happen.
Roll me a perception checks, everybody.
$19.
Honoria, Quellen, and Rarick, you all notice a couple of changes. Even though you feel like you're back in the same place, the wind is no longer rising. It's no longer an updraft. Instead, it's howling downwards. It's pushing downwards. And the steps below you are gone. The platform, a floor below you, is still there. But the steps are gone. Kelvin, roll me an Arcana check.
All right.
And I'll let Lila Cordes do this as well.
Arcana, you said?
Arcana, yeah.
21.
Kelvin, you notice something different. You notice that the white runes on the black glass at the bottom of this descent, the floor outside of the platform, off of the final bottom platform, are glowing with a hot white light. Lila Cordes, you know this to be some sort of radiant magic.
I did not know that was going to happen. I knew something weird was going to happen.
And maybe you're not the narrator and you're a part of this story as well.
Oh, again, I'm both narrator and the crotchety old mentor. I'm serving a dual role. However, this is a place... I'm starting to understand how this testing works. I never took it myself. Too confining. But, yeah, no. This is a team effort. So you need to work as a team.
I cast Infestation on him.
All right, throw that up in the chat. That's a saving throw.
Okay.
So describe how this goes down, Honoria.
As soon as he says that he is a narrator, Honoria's initial reaction is, but this is my story. And then she thinks maybe he's not as transparent as he seems, and she tries to summon some bugs to see if she can get a reaction out of him.
He passes the saving throw, so let's see.
Nope, nothing happens then.
Nothing happens. Yeah. Do the bugs pass through him? Does he react at all?
If the bugs get something and they just pass, they'll start to try and crawl over, and then they just kind of fall through. And he, at first, just gives her a look of, I'm so disappointed in you.
Tengus.
And then...
And I cast Toll the Dead. And a kind of dong. And wisdom saving throw this time around. Excellent. 1d12. Oh, wait, that's wrong. /roll. 1d. That's 12.
How does Kelvin respond to Toll the Dead?
Well, a number of things happen. First of all, they all hear the manifestation of the bell. It is quite loud. However, while it visibly, like, he actually kind of almost shimmers and shakes, necromancy against the dead, that isn't chill touch.
I just wanted to see if it affected you.
First you tried a poison spell on a dwarf, a dead dwarf, and then necromancy against the necromancer.
My theory was just to see if you were affected by magic, which you are.
You could have learned that from the scorch marks I took back in the hallway.
That could have been an illusion.
I don't know what the night sees in you.
Quellen goes to the edge of the platform where the downward gust is happening, and starts to play with a gust of his own to see if he could counter the directional force with the cantrip gust.
Roll me an Arcana check.
I love trackpads.
No, that's a strength save.
Oh, I know. That was an accident. 19 Arcana.
You're able to, with Gust, kind of partially fight back against the downward gust. You think you would still drop pretty quickly, unless you had some means to not.
Dawn, you said the stairs don't go down, but do they still go up?
The stairs still go up.
Rayrick will walk over where Quellen is and kind of cast his face up against the wind. Perhaps we're supposed to go against it. It threw us up and the door led us back here. Now it wants to push us down. Maybe it'll still lead us back here. Should we go up against it?
Well, from my observation, we have nothing but time, so I feel that that is a good observation. Let's follow that.
Before you trek up, just give everything a second look. Scrutinize your surroundings.
Can I scrutinize my surroundings?
Roll out. If you want to reach out with magic, Arcana. If you want to investigate with your senses, investigate.
Can I passively investigate?
Yeah, I'll give you some information within your allotted range.
He'd walk around with his stick, kind of sonaring up.
That wind would be treacherous to try to ascend against. You could try it, but it would be treacherous. The door beneath you, to the best of your knowledge, you sense something physical there, like a door. Lila Cortis and Honoria, with those rolls stretching out with your magic, you would get the sense that the white-hot rooms are dangerous. That to step on them would be not a wise decision. But the platform itself beneath you is safe, and that the door on the platform beneath you is mundane without the sort of trigger that existed on the previous door.
Do I think I could run and jump to the platform?
I mean, you'd have to, it would be tricky.
Jumping, I believe, is you have to go like a minimum of 10 feet, and then it's your strength modifier. If I were to cast Expeditious Retreat, would that assist in my jumping at all?
Yeah, if you guys have any spells that you think would help you get down there that you want to use to descend, hopefully more safely than just a regular old athletics check, I'm happy to let you guys use them.
How many feet away is the lower platform with the door? And the runes are on that lower platform?
The runes are off the platform. There is a floor at the center of this spiral that's the ground, and there's a platform sitting atop that ground with a door on the platform. That platform is 20 feet down from you and 20 feet out from you on the other side of the spiral.
How about acrobatics?
I would let you do acrobatics, absolutely.
I'm going for it, with or without them.
So am I.
So is anybody casting any spells to help them out? I see Expeditious Retreat.
I still have Tensor's floating disc up.
Up there.
I can recall it. I'm actually, since this thing can hold 300 pounds, going to use it as a bit of a windscreen. It's not going to stop all of it, but it might give them...
Might slow it down.
Also, if I see them getting ready to jump, I know it's not the proper use, but I'd like to try Master of Tactics. Honoria, if you're going to make that leap, get right up against the door. Be slow and purposeful with your steps because this area is slick. And leap a little earlier than you think you should.
So Master of Tactics gives her advantage on her roll. Is anyone else jumping and is anyone else using any magic? I know Lila's jumping. Is she doing anything to assist herself?
I'm trying to go before Lila does, just to state that.
I'll let you guys roll it off.
Was I able to hear the tactical advice that
I would say so. You guys are all right next to each other. He wasn't whispering it.
Does that mean I get the advantage as well?
I can't see why not. I honestly can't. We're not in combat, so yeah.
All right.
All right. Anybody else jumping? Anybody else going right now? Are you guys all the other two of you? Are you hanging behind? Okay. What about Quellen?
Quellen is going to watch Lila go towards the end, and he's going to ready his decanter for to release water in the event that it needs to happen.
All right, and what's he gonna do with this water if it needs to happen?
Well, there's three commands. There's stream, there's pour, and there's geyser. And geyser launches a lot of water that could push somebody up to 15 feet in a certain direction.
I'm gonna use my quarterstaff as kind of to help me pole vault as well as I jump.
So am I.
What a coincidence!
You guys are so good. So here's what I'm gonna do with geyser.
What a coincidence for you. We are both thinking the same fucking thing right now, bitch.
So Expeditious Retreat gives you an advantage. Kelvin's Advice gives you an advantage, both of you. And Quellen's Geyser gives you an advantage. I'm going to let you each roll 3d20 and take the highest d20 as your athletics or acrobatics check. And if you want to spend an inspiration, I'll let you roll 4d20.
I'm spending an inspiration. Does the dash let me get there a little bit faster, though, because it's part of the Expeditious Retreat? Oh, you're muted for me.
Oh, I'm giving you an extra advantage for it.
Okay.
That's
okay,
what
so
I'm doing.
4. Okay.
Oh, and we all just got an inspiration from chat too, so everybody has one more.
Totally taking the advantage and rolling 40-20 here.
I'm only going to roll the 3. Are these just straight d20 we're rolling?
No, go ahead and add your skill check to it too. I'm just giving
So
you
3
multiple
acrobatics rolls.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh wait, that didn't add my +2 to it properly, so 14. 8.
So 14's the highest for Honoria.
Damn it. Damn, get wrecked.
You both make the jump, but Honoria, you get caught in the middle as you're balancing between the fight of the disc trying to slow things down and the wind trying to push you again down into the rooms. You both make it across, but Lila Cortis, you hit the other side, you hit the platform first, and you land smoothly right in front of the door.
How big is that platform again?
It's big enough for all of you to fit on it. But
Okay.
since Lila landed, I'm gonna let her take the action first, since she got there first.
All right. I land right on the very edge.
You're like almost tilting back.
I land and turn quickly and then reach out to help Honoria steady herself on the platform.
I reach out for her hand. I pull.
I pull her up. That was really impressive.
You as well. Come, friends.
What's everyone else doing now that you've seen them hit the platform down below?
Rarick said, did they make it? Are they all right?
Rarick, they both made it.
They were alive.
Well, now I have to think of something different for everyone else to get over.
Do you have rope? There's a handle on the door, right?
Yeah.
We could tie the rope to the handle. You could jump and climb up the rope. And we're here to assist you up. What kind of traveler doesn't have money?
I'm a rich kid.
I don't have rope. I have a sling.
Quellen, you have rope in your character sheet if you want to use it.
I have a spell component for rope too. So.
All right, so the decanter I'm going to let pour out about a gallon of water. I'm going to freeze the water using shape water. I'm going to tie the rope around the ice block. And then someone catch this and then untangle the rope and tie it to the door. And that's the way the rest of us are going to get over.
I have magic, but I'll stay here until you make it across.
What are you going to do?
Disappear?
I guess that works then. Either catch this or get out of the way. And he picks up the ice block and shot puts it over the chasm.
I get out of the way.
Roll me athletics, and I'll give you an advantage on this since you're using your spell to kind of aid you.
Crit.
It shoots across the hall through the downward gust, shatters against the door, and the rope is there right in front of Lila Cortis and Honoria.
Excellent. Would one of you mind tying that over to the door?
I look at the ice block. Could you, okay. It's still an ice block.
The ice is shattered enough that you could, yeah.
Okay, I'm just gonna. So I begin tying it to the door.
Great.
And then
it's tied to the door handle.
I tie the other half around my waist and leap across and try to pull my way to the door.
Roll me an athletics check.
This one's way more important. 10.
The gust of wind hits you in the back, and you find yourself, at first you think you're going to make it, and then you're thrown downward. Your body smashes below into the ground itself with the glowing hot runes, and you feel those runes searing your skin. With a 20-foot drop and with the radiant damage, you're going to take a total of 4d6.
Does the rope not do anything?
It didn't. You with advantage, you still rolled a 10. So it didn't get you all the way across. You're going to be able to pull yourself up out of it.
But wouldn't it have prevented me from hitting the ground and just falling?
I mean, the ground isn't far down beneath the platform. It's 4 feet down. It's like a step up from these runes to the platform.
Alrighty then.
So
grab the rope and we can start pulling him up.
Immediately, you guys can pull him up. Yeah. 5 bludgeon damage, 7 radiant damage, and I think you do have plot armor. So we'll actually say that you're only touching the runes for a few moments. You feel it start to sear your skin, and then Honoria, and if she also helps Lila Cortis, they can pull you up before it gets too bad. So I think you lose your plot armor, and you'll take 4.
Gotcha.
So if Lila's helping with the rope and I'm behind her closest to the door, I'm going to take my dagger and cut the rope, and then I'm going to body check into her back using the momentum of the weight of the rope, and that and push them into the pit because I don't see Rarick right up there.
You're trying to knock them both back into the pit? Okay, so
I'm hoping that she's trying to pull up and the weight is pulling down, and then by cutting it, I'm sure she'd be smart enough to let go eventually, but I'm hoping the initial momentum will help it when I basically just try to
All right, so how does
push her in the back.
How does Lila Cortis react when she feels this? She's helping Quellen up. How does she react to this?
This is a body check. Isn't that sort of a melee attack?
I would call it, we'll make a contested like athletics versus acrobatics or
well, a couple of thoughts. One, as long as my staff is within 5 feet of me, I can't be surprised.
That's your staff. That's your magic item.
Yes, it is. Staff of Warding.
So if you want, that's so good. So if you want, then you could see this coming a moment you're like, you feel it coming. She doesn't quite trick you. So if you want, this can become a melee attack instead of a contested roll.
Yeah, I think I'd like it that way.
All right. So Honoria, in that case, make me a melee attack.
I'm going to use my last advantage. For me, that's just a straight D20 then, I think.
You should get your proficiency bonus, right?
2. Okay. So +2 on both of these. A 21 and an 11.
Is a 21 a hit?
Let's see. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, I'm just trying to see if I've got a reaction that works for me here. A 21. Yes.
All right.
Yep, that's a hit.
I will allow you both to make me your choice of acrobatics or athletics.
Acrobatics, and I'll use an advantage.
All right.
My last inspiration.
Your last inspiration?
Do I have any left, or am I out, Dawn? I'm gonna ask to check the books.
You're both out. You're both out. Kelvin has 2, Rarick has 1, and Quellen, you still have 3.
I have a 17 on my acrobatics.
Oh, you don't have to make me one. You don't have to make it acrobatics. This is for Lila Cortis, and for Quellen, acrobatics or athletics. Oh, Jesus.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Wow.
Well.
Is this I feel like this is the second game in a row where you've rolled double natural 20s on a crucial roll.
It is.
All right. Quellen, give me an athletics or an acrobatics check. Your choice.
It's definitely going to be acrobatics. I'm going to use advantage on this.
All right.
19.
So even though you both fall, you're only going to take half damage here. So just 1d6 before you are able, through your own volition, to pull yourselves back up onto the ledge there.
Sorry, just to be clear, I still fall?
You basically, like, you're holding onto him, you're pulling him up, unless you let him go. If you let him go, I'll let you stay up on the ledge.
I let him go.
Then I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Billy. You take the full damage then in that case.
I don't suppose I could use the 2 inspiration I have left for like one last anything.
How many hit points you got right now, buddy?
I think I'm at 117.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good.
8 hit points.
8 hit points. I will allow you to make one more acrobatics check to half this damage.
I'm gonna use another advantage.
So this is both of your last 2 advantages. You will only take 1d6 5 radiant damage. And you are up on the edge of the platform. So for a sec, before we figure out what is about to happen,
I love you, Allison. I love you guys,
You guys
so
are great.
much. I'm sorry.
Kelvin and Rarick, you witness Quellen jump and fall. He slams into the ground. He's burned. They're pulling him up with rope, and then you see Honoria body check the back of. Oh my god. Body check the back of. Thank you so much, Wandering. That's awesome, man. Honoria body checks the back of Lila. Lila stays up because she lets Quellen go, and Quellen gets further burned. He does pull himself up onto the edge of the ledge, but at this point, Quellen's almost dead, right? He's barely alive. 3 points.
3 hit points indeed.
So, Kelvin and Rarick, what do you do?
Well, I can only assume that if Kelvin was giving a play-by-play, Rarick's responses are, "Oh no, what? What? Oh no, what? Say again? Who?" Right.
It
So
looks like they made it across. Oh wait.
what?
Really? No, just. Oh,
I don't-
oh, that burns. Oh, that's bad.
What?
Oh,
Sorry, I can't keep it together.
I am so disappointed.
What? In who?
Let's get you across first and have them.
What's happened?
This is a team building exercise, and you're failing.
Right here.
So, are you trying to get across too, or are you staying above?
Rarick's going to Misty Step as soon as he can pinpoint where he needs somebody to say, "Come here," so he can hear to go there. He can't just blindly go, or he'll.
I can't because I'm trying to make sure you don't see all this fuckery that I'm up to, so.
Which, I can't. Master Dwarf, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here. I'm waiting for the ruckus to die down there and maybe someone to have some sense, but this is worse than the pyramid.
There's a pyramid?
Oh yes, there was.
Did we go through it?
I
would have
not
loved to have known we were in a pyramid. Oh.
All right. So if you guys are staying up there for a minute, we'll go back downstairs to see how this is going to play out. And I will say that saying this is worse than the pyramid, for anybody in the audience who didn't watch Sabria's flashback episode, that ended up with characters literally ripping each other's throats out with their teeth. Speaking of,
Savage? Who would have thought?
what is happening at the bottom of this tower?
Quellen gets up. His clothes are smoking and cindering and half there, and like his mask is like dented and burnt, and like what you can see in his face is scarred, and his shirt is like half ripped open, revealing his chiseled 6-pack abs, and he.
It did just get hotter in here.
I didn't spend all this time doing sit-ups to die here. So do I have is this initiative now? How is this playing out?
Is he back up here?
He's on the edge of the ledge. I'll let you. Let's go ahead and roll initiative, the 3 of you, so we can resolve
She
this.
cut the rope, I say, pointing at her. And I'll save you. That's gonna be probably one of no.
That's deception.
Initiative. I've +2 on initiative because of my staff, but it's not reflected in.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I'm just add it there manually. Great.
Well.
Okay, so we have Lila. It's going to be Lila, Honoria, and then Quellen. And if you guys up top, Kelvin and Rarick, want to jump in round 2, you're welcome to. Just give me a shout. I'll let you, or just roll initiative and I'll throw you in the order. You don't have to jump in. And so we're gonna start it. I don't know why I spent time designing monsters for this. Let's start with Lila Cortis. You've just dropped the rope. He's climbed up on the edge of this platform. What's Lila doing?
Lila spins around to face Honoria, her staff in her hand, and I'm going to make a melee attack with both hands with my quarterstaff.
So the 9 is probably a miss, right?
I assume that it would bounce off of my mage armor, and I would scale. The dream does not say you can live.
All right.
That's not what my dream said.
Casting mirror image.
Mirror image. All right. So
as she
no, go for it.
Okay, yeah. As she casts, forgive me, I want to make sure that I get this just right. How far? We're very close to one another, right?
Yeah, this is a 10-foot by 10-foot platform. You can all fit on it, but the more of you that are on it, the tighter of a fit it is.
Mm-hmm.
I was by the door because of the whole cutting the rope.
That's right. And you guys are like face to face at this point.
Yeah. So having chosen the Mage Slayer feat, being within 5 feet when she casts a spell, I can use a reaction to make a melee weapon attack. So I would like to do so.
All right, go for it.
Such a good feat.
How about the 20?
That's definitely gonna hit.
All right, do your roll for mirror image.
Because she's hitting me as I'm casting, would that not strike me before the mirror image sets because it's in the same turn? I hate screwing myself here to be a baron of fairness.
Let's find out here. I'm not used to.
I think she would hit me first because I would have to use the entire action completing my spell, and she's using a reaction, so that would probably just donk me in my face.
So the way that it works is that her reaction is to you casting the spell, so you do cast the spell first.
Okay. Not want to use up one of these so quickly. Okay, so that's not what I needed, but also what I needed. I wanted to save one of those for later.
So you do swing. So how many do you have total at your level?
I have 2. Oh, you always get 3, even at the lowest level. And the spell is not concentration for some reason, which is just great. And yeah, one of my images shatter, and I have 2 left.
So it pops as you swing in reaction. Your quarterstaff shatters one of the clones that break out of her. That is the end of Honoria's turn. Quellen, it's your turn.
So I'm hanging off the edge.
You've just climbed back up, so at the moment you don't have to worry about getting burned any further by the runes.
And so it's 10 by 10, so that's 4 squares of space. And am I occupying what's the math, the angles?
Don't worry too much about it. Right now, it's not that tight of a fit. Unless something were to push you 5 to 10 feet, you wouldn't have to worry about falling off. You can all fit up there.
Gotcha. All right, then. I'm going to, with 3 hit points left, cast Gust of Wind, but...
He's acting before me?
Oh, did you already use your...
Yeah, no, sorry. Never mind. My bad.
Cast Gust of Wind.
I'm going to cast Gust of Wind, and I'll link that here in a moment.
All right, so...
Hit the half of the platform that Honoria is on.
You're trying to push Honoria off of the platform?
Correct.
Pushed up to 15 feet. So she has to make a strength saving throw.
We can use that last inspiration. -1. Oh, 17.
Yeah, that's above his spell save DC. So with a strength saving throw, you're able to protect yourself against the wind. It continues though, so as long as you're on the platform against the door, then you're going to have to continue to make saving throws. You'll have to move away from the door if you want to avoid making saving throws, and as long as his concentration holds.
And then
Would that be just against me though? Wouldn't also Lily have to make the same save because we're both?
If she tries to cross through to the door, then she'll have to make the saving throw as well.
So it's basically saving me.
It's cut you off. Yeah, it's basically cut a line in half on the platform.
Sweet.
and that's it.
All right. And I saw the initiative rolls come in for Kelvin and Rarick. I've put you in the order. We're back up to the top, though. We're back up to Lila.
Okay. So I'm cut off from Honoria by this gust of wind at this point, right?
You can attack her, but you can't move through the gust. If you want to try to move through the gust, then you have to make a strength saving throw.
I will. I'll make another melee attack then.
All right. Is a 13 a hit against Honoria?
I think it actually hits one of my
Mirror
I
images.
think its AC is 10 plus your dexterity modifier, which is 2. So yeah, it definitely does hit. So I need to have an 11 or higher on this d20. And that is a 4. So that hits me directly. But my 2
So that deals
go up then.
10 bludgeon damage. Whew.
Bam, right up under the chin.
You would feel some force, aka plot armor, that you would have to push through, and it just pushes my chin up, and I'm looking down my nose at you furiously.
It's the gust of wind. All right. Anything else on Lila's turn? All right. It's
I would only to say, Quellen, stop her. She cut the rope, is what I would say.
Roll a deception check. Poor Quellen.
She did cut the rope, though.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, you don't have to roll deception.
I am going to launch a chromatic orb at Lila because I don't really care.
Do you have it? You have disadvantage on this, right?
Would I?
Because you're in melee range.
Oh, that's true. But I don't. My character doesn't know what Mage Slayer means. So, yeah. So I will be taking this attack roll at disadvantage, and I'll be using chromatic orb at level 1. Korak Linkerhan, and I try to pitch it through. And I believe it's just my spell attack bonus on my modifier for a melee attack. So 1d20.
Yeah, that's right.
Reaction.
15.
Reaction.
Counterspell.
Kelvin counterspells you.
That's great. I, as a bonus action, because Nuatari is high in the sky, cast Infestation and attempt to get her to wander off the ledge on her own then.
Oh no. That is true. Nuatari is the dominant moon in the sky. So how does the counterspell work? Is she blast this orb?
It is just a quick phrase in abyssal. Quaff. Slight hand gesture, and then just the spell, as it starts to go, just fizzles. And you just feel this in the area, this sense of disdain.
I speak Abyssal. And I scream, "You're supposed to help me," in Abyssal, as I, with my expeditious retreat speed and the ability to take the dash action, hope that I can pull open the door and make a run for it, because that
So
wind
do you-
wall is in the way.
Are you doing the infestation
Yes.
with your bonus action?
Yes. Which is a Constitution saving throw.
Yes, and Mage Slayer gives me advantage on this saving throw.
It does.
So bugs probably don't even make it through the wall.
They don't make it through the wind wall. Your chromatic orb fizzles out like a balloon, letting the air out of it, spinning around in circle until it into nothing. You can use.
And I will. Go ahead.
Nope.
I'll use my reaction. I'll use my
To
reaction
attack.
here for another attack. Hmm, 11.
That does not hit any of us, because with my modifiers, it's a 12.
12, so it just misses. I will let you use, and you spent your reaction now, right? That was your reaction, Allison.
Was.
So there's no, you don't have to worry about an opportunity attack. You can open the door and try to run through.
Mm-hmm. And with expeditious retreat, dash, so I'm gone through. Oh, no, I've already
That's-
spoken once this action. Damn.
You have 25 feet you can run through, and you're running through a long 60-foot corridor of black glass on either side of you, 5 feet wide, about 10 feet tall. There's a door at the other end.
Rarick, help me! They've lost their minds.
Does Rarick is Rarick skeptical of her at all?
Nope. He's
All
never
right,
had a
I won't
friend.
make. No.
I run.
She runs 25 feet down the corridor. Kelvin, it's your turn.
Why is she just this awful? And bonus action. Dash, as incorporeal, using the wall. Just going along the wall, running along it, because yay being a ghost. And then continue moving past our two lovelies, if I can make it through 50 feet, down and into the corridor. I don't know how deep this is.
Give me an athletics or an acrobatics check at advantage.
Okay. Let's go with acrobatics. 13.
That is just enough. With a DC 13, you are able to run along the wall using your incorporeal form to kind of help you and drop down. You get to the platform, we'll say, 20 feet, 25 feet to get around. The drop is free. So you're at the edge of the platform now, like right next to Quellen. She is 35 feet in front of you down the hall.
Okay. I'm going to just full on burst to her with my remaining movement, and I'd like to try something. As a ghost, since by the end of the move it would be 5 feet, I would like Honoria to make me a charisma saving throw as I possess her.
That is an ability that you have. Honoria, make a charisma saving throw.
I choose to fail.
She fails. So, Kelvin, as you're running through I'm going to give you the gust of wind being incorporeal. But do go ahead and make me one more athletics check with an advantage. You just need to get within 10 feet, right?
5 feet.
5 feet.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, make me one more athletics check with advantage.
I'll try and do acrobatics if that's okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
21.
Much better. Yeah, you sprint through you catch up to her, and then Lila and Quellen, you would both see the ghost of this dwarf vanish. And for a moment, as Honori is running down the hall, her back would go rigid for just a moment. Do you have your possession thing? Do you want to throw it up in chat?
Yeah, I can copy pasta that.
Yeah. That's the end of your turn, though.
Yeah, that's all of it.
So, Quellen, it's your turn. Oh, you're muted, buddy. I couldn't see your mouth move because of your mask.
How dare you? I was talking. I'm going to use a bonus action to change the direction of the gust of wind down the hall to knock Honoria prone.
You want to reverse it. You're going to use your bonus action to reverse it. So Honoria, even though you're possessed, make me another strength saving throw.
4.
That gust of wind turns, and actually, because of where she's standing, I need Lila to make me one too, because it's turning perpendicularly.
Okay.
I didn't do it. I was possessed, guys. I'm sorry.
Wow.
What a beautiful mess. Honoria, this gust of wind turns. Now it's blowing down the hall, trying to keep you from the door. And Kelvin, it's fighting against you too. It throws you back 15 feet. You're still 10 feet into this 60-foot hall. Lila, it throws you back 15 feet too. Make me an acrobatics saving check, not saving throw.
14.
You're only going to take half the damage because you're going to be able to pull yourself back up quickly onto the platform, but that is going to be 2 radiant damage.
All right. Leaving me with 6 plot armor.
Yeah, you still have some plot armor left. Quellen, you still have your action and your movement.
He's going to go through the door down the tunnel, still forcing the gust of wind, like his hands, the wind is radiating around his hands and going down the tunnel. So he's like carving the wind down the tunnel, oppressively pushing against Honoria.
So you will have to, if you want to advance down the tunnel yourself, you're going to have to fight against your own gust of wind. Is that something he's willing to do?
It originates from me. Is that?
It's I see.
I changed the direction of it. It's something I control.
So you're pulling her towards you in a back. Oh no, it's going out from you. So actually, Honoria, you do get knocked down, but it knocks you forward 15 feet. All right. So now you were only 20 feet away from the door.
I'm possessed. I can't do shit.
This is true for Kelvin too. Yeah. So you're able to. What's your movement speed? 30.
Yeah.
You're 20 feet down. She's 20 feet away from you. You're a third the way down this hallway now. You still have your action. You can take your dash if you want to catch up to her, or even go ahead of her.
Can we share thoughts as I'm possessed, or am I just like, well, fuck?
I'll leave that up to you. If you guys want to have a chat and appear, you're welcome to.
I totally want to take a quick mind-to-mind, heart-to-heart.
All right, we'll do that.
I just messaged you in the Zoom group chat, so they don't have to hear it. No, you and I. Let's have a powwow right now.
Let's see what the rest of Quellen's turn is here.
He's going. So the decanter. I'm going to knock it against the wall and have like 10 gallons of water pour at my feet, and that's going to be it.
All right. So he spills a bunch of water from his decanter of endless water onto the ground into a pool. Before we get to the Honoria Kelvin conversation, first we have Rarick and Lila. Rarick, you're up.
Okay, so Rarick knows he's alone. He heard Honoria yell out that she was under attack, and he doesn't know what else to do, so he takes his staff and he breaks it against his knee, and an echo, a reverberation goes out as far and bounces through the wind, and he leaps off into the air. And as he does, his eye sockets flare yellow as he follows the sound, and he misty steps onto the as he's falling, he's going to cast web onto the entire platform and then misty step into the doorway.
Roll me an Arcana check to see how well you can and how you can do both of these. You do it. You do it very fluidly. You web the bottom so that anyone who's knocked down onto these runes, maybe they won't be burned. The runes are no longer visible, and then you misty step onto the platform. And who are you thinking to?
I'm sorry, I was that was incorrect. He's firing at Lila. He's trying to web her, and then he's going into the doorway.
All right, go ahead and throw web up in the chat here so everyone can take a look at it. The roll 20. And then who's he syncing to in his misty step? Because he has to hear, right?
He would be syncing to Quellen as he heard Quellen just go into the door, so he would...
So he pops up right behind Quellen, inside the door, 15 feet through into the hallway. Let's see here. So the web appears all around Lila, and that's the end of his turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Lila, I need you to make me a dexterity saving throw at the beginning of your turn.
DC 14.
Okay. You're still doing this from the opposite side of the platform, or have you come over to my side now?
He's teleported in front of you.
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get a reaction to that spell first before my action?
You use your reaction.
Use your reaction against Honoria.
Oh God, it's still that same turn, isn't it?
Still the same turn. Yeah. Now we're starting the next turn.
All right. Dex, huh?
Dex save.
I don't have any more inspirations, do I? I could wait 5 seconds to see what chat wants to do. Okay, here it comes.
I'm already out there.
Oh no!
Your rolls have been so good tonight.
Ah.
All right, so you are restrained as long as you remain in the webs or until you break free. You can use your action to make a strength check against the spell save, which is 14. So you are restrained unless you try to break free somehow.
Okay. Let's just see, shall we? Okay. I'm not going to use my action to try to break free. I'm going to look to my dear, sweet, white-robed friend and cast Suggestion. Shall I toss it up?
Yeah, throw it up there.
There it is.
It's the best part of casting a spell. All right. So you have to make I think it's a charisma saving throw, right? Or
it's a wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw.
And it's 13.
Do I have any... Wait a minute. Something's just come in. Hold on.
What? What's happening?
Let me make... I already have one, though, don't I? I have one inspiration left, right?
You have one inspiration left.
Okay, well, I'm definitely going to take that to get advantage on the wisdom save.
All right.
Woo, boy!
He's never had a friend before.
The suggestion... Okay, well...
Well, no, what was the suggestion, though? Because he still hears it, right?
I suppose that he does. It was, free me.
No. Everybody, my earphones just went out. We'll be right back.
We are back, and the last thing that happened was that Lila Cortis cast the suggestion spell. She said, "Free me," and Rerick said no. Lila, you do still have, do you have anything you can do with your bonus action?
No.
All right. Honoria, Kelvin, if you're going to have a conversation within Honoria's mind, now's the time.
We already have.
Oh, all right. So it's Honoria's turn. Honoria, are you acting or are you passing your turn on to Kelvin? I'm not privy to the conversation you had.
Just want to, as dialogue from her, go and have Kelvin's voice emit from her. Go, whoa, 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 whoa. She was compelled. I broke the compulsion. Everyone be cool. And then come out of her.
I will drop down to my knees and start crying. Thank you. Oh God, I'm so sorry. Oh no, my friends.
Do I need to ask you to make persuasion or deception checks?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah, and I'm gonna use my inspiration that I got from chat.
Kelvin, I'm going to need you to make me one too.
I'm
Oh,
using
thank God for the inspiration.
I'm using advantage on this one.
All right, yeah, you do still have
Ooh.
one left after this.
Oh.
Well, Honoria is very convincing as she weeps, but there's something shady about this ghostly dwarf. It's been a strange series of events since you've encountered him.
Rerick, let her go. This was all my fault.
He'll dispel the web.
Is the wind, so also is Quaylen letting go of this gust of wind?
Upon the disarming of the web and her crying like a little baby, the wind slowly dissipates, turns into a gust, and then stops. And then he falls to his knees, exhausted, bleeding, charred, and then uses shaped water for the water at his feet. Kind of fashions a frozen cane out of it and uses the cane to pry himself up.
I will give him my quarterstaff to aid him if he lets me. I will approach very, very timidly, tears still streaming down my face. Sorry.
Don't touch me, you're a menace.
I was compelled.
Nobody cares if you were compelled. I almost died.
She'll walk away, taking her staff with her.
Enchantment magic is probably the most evil school of magic over necromancy. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Anyway.
He like through the holes in his mask, you can see venom at the dwarf and at Honoria.
I think you lie, Ghost.
Not often.
Go stand very close to Rarick.
Though, here's the thing that you should know. A few things you should know. One, you need to know me better, as opposed to me just rattling at you and prattling at you. That should probably be a thing. So, I'm quite old. I'm quite dead. And while you're doing this, the Blue Lady and her army are coming to Palanthus. They are going to sack Palanthus. They will be successful. So you will need to meet your benefactor, whoever wants this rock, quickly, and then flee. Flee for your lives. There are dragons, draconians, and worse. Second thing, I am a time traveler. Chronomancy is a hell of a thing. Because I went someplace else, somewhere else, and died there. Also, I think among the Blue Lady's army are vampires, so that's an added benefit of all this. Anyway, this is the last debt I pay to an old friend. He is tied to her. I didn't get a choice in the matter. A dragon, old, an old friend, asked me to do this. And while I can tell you, Honoria is not necessarily the nicest individual on this plane of existence, she is necessary. Necessary to the lives of many, much to her chagrin.
Still sobbing, by the way, just quietly in the corner while he talks.
And I hope you are too. I want you all to live. This is why I broke the compulsion. You might not believe me, and by all means, I'm a liar and scoundrel, a disappointment through and through. But what I tell you now is the absolute truth. She is necessary, and so are you. Now let's get through that door, find this rock, and work together as a team. Because that's what it means to live, is to rely on others. Because standing it alone will get you killed.
Well, apparently standing together gets us killed as well if you're not Honoria.
Did you not hear the word that I said?
Oh, I've heard it. Why do you think it means anything? She attempted to take my life. She attempted to take my friend's life.
If you're going to live through this, you're going to have people all of a sudden, through works of magic or just stupidity, try and murder you. I've had friends try to murder me at least half a dozen times, if not, no, it was more than half a dozen. Anyway, no, like, at least you're not tearing each other limb from limb with your teeth, okay? I had two lovers go at it in front of me. It was awful. You didn't drown in acid. You're still breathing. So
Start moving Rarick towards the end of the hallway again.
I'm walking too.
let's move on. Your righteous anger can wait. Righteous anger gets you killed.
It was awful.
You will be held accountable for your actions. There is a debt to be paid now.
Please don't do this. I don't want to have to kill people today.
Is that a challenge?
Look away, everyone. Krellin, you and me. And I'm going to use another one of my ghostly powers and show him my true form.
Oh no. All right, throw that up in the Zoom chat. That's a charisma saving throw, right?
Wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw.
DC 18.
What?
Oh, sweet Lord baby.
You can do it. Woo.
Come on. Come on.
Nope.
All right, throw it up there and then describe your true form.
Okay. I really didn't want to do this today. But
Anyone who can see you.
there is one spell, if not any other, that marks Kelvin, and that's Mirror Image. So this dwarf fragments non-Euclideanly into a self-repeating fractal of every single nightmare that this small lad has ever had. Everything that could possibly shatter the human spirit and mind, just there on display, plus beards and cackling.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so let's fracture your sanity and have you run off the end of that bridge.
And that just happens.
No, you're just
he doesn't.
terrified.
No, you're
That's
just
it.
terrified. Yeah, you have disadvantage on if you do anything else.
All right. Well, yeah, I don't do anything else. My mind is wrecked, and I'm seeing 8,000 different nightmares that I've had in my life, all twisting and coalescing into one.
This is like the Ghostbusters moment in the library, the first scene of Ghostbusters, where the ghost librarian goes for Quellen.
That is just but a fragment of my power. I've used Wish 3 times. Stop being an idiot.
What's Lila Cortis doing during this?
Slowly making my way toward the door.
All right. You will notice as you start to make your way towards the door that Honoria is gone. She was there a moment ago on the ground crying, but you don't see her now.
Is Ririk still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
No surprise. I'll keep walking slowly toward the door.
Ririk doesn't move. Run! And he puts his hands up.
What's Honoria doing right now?
I'm either doing that thing or waiting for them all to move forward on their own.
Who is anyone opening the door? Is anyone leaving the hall and moving into the next room?
If Kelvin sees Quellen properly quelled, said that times fast, he'll quickly rush once he realizes Honoria is not there.
And where is Honoria? You can whisper it to me if you don't want to say it out loud. Quellen, you're starting to shake off your fear after a moment. Lila Cortis, you get to the door first. You throw it open and enter?
Not anymore.
No.
You were okay. Yes.
You don't have to.
I very carefully.
It opens like a door. half moon handle that you pull outward.
And what do I see inside?
It's a room with no doors except for the door that you've opened, and no ceiling. You can see the light of the 3 moons of Kryn shining down, glinting off of black glass floor and black glass walls. The wind is howling here. This is the peak of the tower. And if you were to step out on side, you would be at the very top of this tower. And you are not alone. You see a maddening devil standing on the center of the tower's peak, bathed in the black light of Nutari, even as the light of Solinari and the light of Lunatari seem to diffract and disperse away from the thing. The statue's the size of an ogre, with a bony torso like the plastron of a turtle, the tail of a scorpion, one leg from a donkey, another leg like a panther's, the claw of a giant lobster where a right hand should be, and its left hand is humanoid, but furry and grotesque and enlarged. Beneath horns like a mountain goat's, it has long, dangling hair made of frozen snakes that half cover an ape-like face. As you stare at this stony creature, it stares back at you, and it takes you a moment to realize that it's not moving. It does seem like a statue. Anybody who's moving through the door who can see this statue can make me a perception check.
Where are the other 2? Where's Quellen and Kelvin at this point?
Quellen is getting...
Kelvin.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, Kelvin's running up behind you. He's just a little bit behind you. He's moving for the door, I believe. What about Quellen and Rarick?
Quellen is lifting himself up with the frozen cane and hobbling over to the entrance of the door.
All right. So give me a perception check for Lila. And what's Rarick doing?
Rarick would be, he was close to the door, so as soon as he would feel it open, he would just slide he doesn't have his staff anymore, so he would slide his hands as he finds his way to the door.
16 on my perception.
Give me a perception check, Rarick, as well. Kelvin and Lila, as you step through the door, you notice something else. For a second, it's the statue that's taking all of your attention. You almost don't notice, but then do, that hanging one off of the statue's furry hand and one off of its lobster-like claw are 2 amulets. From the hand hangs from a silver chain a lump of coal. From the claw, on a dark iron chain, hangs a red stone that shimmers in the light. A very, very large gem. And Quellen, you can roll me a perception check too for when you and Rarick get to the platform here in a second.
11.
What's everyone doing?
I've messaged you because now I'm hiding.
I'm looking for Honoria. I know she's here somewhere.
You can, if you're looking for her, you can roll me perception at disadvantage.
Okay. $14.
Honoria, roll me a stealth check. Yeah, you can't see her. She's gone. You're not sure where she is.
It's the final trial, everyone. It's going to take all your strength.
Well, will we work together or will we backstab one another?
Hopefully no one's throwing around enchantments in this room, but there's no guarantee.
One of us seems to be missing. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, dwarf?
No, I don't. I'm not responsible for her actions. I just need her.
Okay. Revek, do you sense anything? Can you sense any? There's a statue in here. It's grotesque and monstrous. Off its hands hang two different. One of the things is what they described in the dream. The other they made no mention of.
I could try. He starts to walk into the room.
Rarick, once you step out onto the platform, you feel the wind howling. This is the most real anything has felt since you entered into this place. You can feel the time has passed. You're not sure when you are, but this statue they speak of, roll me an Arcana check.
23.
Lila, roll me a perception check. The statue they speak of is just a statue. However, both of the items on the statue are magical, powerful items.
Stay back, everyone.
I walk up next to Rarick and very quietly put the end of my staff near his feet. And I'm happy to stealth that if you want to.
Or sleight of hand. Well, it's the same, right?
There's the
same
stealth.
bonus. Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you tell us to run, Rarick?
I didn't tell you.
You yelled, run, in the corridor. Why?
I was talking to my friend. You all need to calm down. I don't know what's going on, but we've come very far. For this to happen, we can start a new path. We can show the world. That's why I'm here.
You're a fool. And I begin walking toward
your soul.
I begin walking toward not the amulet with the black coal, but the red one on the iron chain.
It's blowing in the wind where it hangs from the statue.
I hold up my staff and just tap it, just a touch.
You feel it bounce off of your staff, continues to sway back and forth.
I lay my fingers gently on it and cast Identify.
Roll me an Arcana check.
9.
When you touch the amulet with your fingers and you unleash magic, you feel yourself being pulled through your skin, through your eyes, through your mouth, out of your body and into this amulet. You feel it eating you, swallowing you up, and you realize with the detect magic spell, Did you say detect or identify? You said identify.
Identify.
This magical item will steal your soul or will allow you to inject your soul into another if you can control it. You have to make a decision right now, and then I need another Arcana check.
No, I don't want it.
Make me another Arcana check anyways.
Oh, snap.
Is anyone else doing anything in this moment?
Just saying one thing. Careful not to choke on your own ambition.
Did she pull away from the
Yes.
amulet? Something feels different. It's unsettling, but you are able to pull away.
I turn around and walk back toward the door. I pass the others and don't say a word.
Well, did you find out anything? Is that Lila? Lila? Was there something about that amulet?
I walk back and I'm standing now just inside the doorway, or perhaps on the threshold, just watching.
Is anyone else doing anything?
The gust cantrip. I'm going to conjure some wind and try to lift the amulet with the coal up off of
gone.
the hand.
It is no longer there.
Where did the amulet go? Rarick, the amulet is gone.
You don't say.
Well, I do say that's why I said it.
I wouldn't know. I'm blind.
Can you make fire?
Only for my friends.
I have done nothing to you.
It's time to leave. Our
You're right,
paths are
Rarick.
different.
Quillen pulls out flint and tinder, starts kneeling down on the ground, striking it to try to make fire.
Prestidigitation
windy.
makes a flame, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can make a flame. It's windy, but you can do it.
Yeah, he would help then. Rarick's all talk. He'll hit flame as soon as he hears him doing it.
Then we're going to cantrip control flame to try to make at the mouth of this thing the fire just a little bit wider to try to smoke anything out, to try to make anything visible that we couldn't see before.
Kelvin, roll me an Arcana check.
Using next to last advantage.
All right.
Jesus.
While they're starting the fire, while this is going on, Kelvin, you look down at your hand. It's almost gone. You didn't notice it, but you're getting thinner.
Just enough time to make things right. Okay. Quietly cast See Invisibility.
At that point, off I go, and I would begin flying away.
You cast See Invisibility. It's just you that sees her. When you see Honoria flying off, you can see the coal hanging from her hands. She's flying away from the tower.
We all see that?
No,
No.
this is Kelvin.
Can Rarick see it too? Because he doesn't need to.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He knew where she was
Sorry
the whole
that I
time.
must leave you all here to die, but my purpose is fulfilled.
No, it's not.
I'm going to 60 feet away if I can
Uh,
per
So
second. 6 seconds.
for Kelvin, does he say anything? Is he doing anything else? Well, he just cast the spell. So is he saying anything else as she's flying away?
Your purpose is to save a knight. The half-elven has to die in order for him to live, otherwise you all die.
And she will die of starvation.
No. There's another half-elf. You got it wrong.
What?
Yes.
Rarick, does he do anything or say anything else as she's flying off?
He just waves.
Does Honoria wave back?
I get within range with Chromatic Orb, and I throw it at Rarick to see if he has half-elven ears.
Wait, you're throwing the chromatic, you're throwing an attack spell to see if he has ears? How's this?
To burn off the side of his cloak, perhaps,
Oh,
or just
okay.
something that would reveal it, because I don't have.
Is anyone obviously a half elf here?
Besides her. Well, he already said they got the wrong one. I guess that's a 50-50 chance because you both have cloaks. Which one of them?
Counterspell. Chronomancer, you haven't met the knight or the half-elf yet. If you want to know your purpose, Black Robe, you're going to have to come down here and learn it.
Does she?
Do we see her at this point? Is she
Yeah,
visible?
because I would have begun casting a spell, so I would have
Yeah,
gotten.
she's no longer invisible at this point. I'll give you guys a chance here to act in a second.
Oh man, this goes against my better judgment. I'm gonna go back down and land.
Very well.
Quickly.
Anybody else doing anything as she lands?
I'm gonna hold up 2 fingers. Twice betrayed.
We'll get to that in a second.
Get back down.
Quickly. I have, showing the fading, no time. So listen. Here are the 2 things you need to know. 1, the half-elven that you have yet to meet, but you will meet soon. The one that the knight will care about, he has to let go of. They have to die. Otherwise, you are doomed. 2nd, the most important lesson that you have failed at repeatedly. Love is more powerful than magic. Love kills dragons. Love topples empires. And if you cannot love, if you cannot trust and have others trust you, your magic is nothing. Nothing! And if you want to learn anything in the book of a 500-year-old dwarf, the only way to read it is to love. He fades.
He's gotten thinner and thinner. His voice is distant even as he's shouting into the wind, and then he is gone.
I am incapable of love.
Noria.
I turn to her. Wrong half-elf.
As she looks at me, I use hypnotic gaze.
Throw it up there.
Oh, it's not a spell. It's a
Oh,
But
hold up.
yeah, can I do it? There it is. I just did it.
Perfect.
I just need a wisdom saving throw.
Versus DC 13.
I walk up to her
Wait,
and
Rarick casts minor illusion around your face, covering your eyes to break the gaze. He just puts a wall up right over your eyes.
So as the gaze is broken, Lila's gotten right up to her. What's Lila doing? What's Lila trying to do as she comes up? Is she trying to do something to Honoria or do something different?
she's just trying to reach out and grab the pendant.
Oh, the pendant isn't anywhere visible, girl. Come on.
Oh, I thought you were. Weren't you flying away with it in your hand? Isn't that how it was narrated?
I was
That's how I
flying-
describe it.
I was flying
Ah.
away, but I actually was gonna ask about hiding it on my person. Where I don't want to say because it's probably
let's-
not PG-13.
Let's call it a sleight of hand check versus an athletics check.
Who's-
Sure.
You're
Who's-
athletics.
Which is which?
You're the athletics.
Athletics.
Yeah, I know. But I can cheer for you and simultaneously cheer against you, right?
So she wakes up just in time to kind of like protect herself. So you're in this awkward place now where you're grabbing and looking for the amulet and you've just snapped out of a hypnotic gaze.
Run!
This is the only way for me to leave my abusive family. This is the only way I can escape the terror of my life. Giving this up. He spoke of love. I don't have it because it's been ripped from me. If there anyone here this day that is going to show love, it's going to have to be you. The things he does to me.
Is Lila fighting? Is she doing anything else? Is she still going at her?
Yes. God damn it, yes.
Damn it! I love you all, but fuck!
Rarick would run up and tackle Lila, trying to drive her off the top of the tower.
Where is this fucking elf that he was talking about?
Are we not in the tunnel? We're in the room now?
No, you're on the peak of the tower. You're at the peak of the tower. The wind is howling all around.
Way more dramatic.
If I fly, can I see this half elf anywhere? Fly lasts for like 10 minutes with concentration, I believe.
No, you can't see the half elf he's talking about. And again, he said you haven't met the knight yet, for whatever that's worth.
Can I fly over to where the amulet is and just knock it off the demon?
The red amulet.
Yeah.
So I want opposed athletics first from Greg and Allison.
Do
Can
have
I use
advantages?
acrobatics instead of athletics?
Yes, you can in this instance, absolutely.
Do I have
17.
any advantages left?
No.
I don't know. I can't see.
You can't see. All right. Quellen, what are you doing?
Owen has stepped back and is watching how things transpire. He pops the top off of his decanter of water and starts like letting large amounts of water flow around him and circle around him.
And Honoria, make me an Arcana check.
Come on, baby. All right, 19.
So, Rarick tries to charge Lila is able to throw him off and continue to press Honoria. Honoria, you're pulling towards the statue. You rip off the other amulet, the one with the red stone. And as you do, you feel yourself being pulled through your skin, through your eyes, through your nose. And just like with Lila, you understand the nature of this thing, that it is going to either take your soul into it, or you are going to let go of it, or you are going to steal someone else's.
I'm gonna try stealing someone else's.
Lila, what are you going to try to do? Since you succeeded your acrobats check, you're on her, so you can contest her, you can try to grab the amulet, you can try to tackle her or do something else.
As Rarick was trying to tackle me, what I would have done is sort of pivot around my staff in hopes of letting him miss entirely and go right off the edge at the top of this thing. And if I need to give him a little push in the back to do so, I will do it.
Give me one more opposed acrobatics check between the two of you.
Ah.
Oh no.
Damn.
Rarick, you go toppling off the edge of this tower, but you reach out and you grab the edge and you're hanging from the edge. Honoria, who do you target?
I can't target the creature, can I?
It's not, it's a statue.
Oh,
This close to it, you're sure it's just a statue. Terrifying statue.
I guess Lila then.
Lila?
Yeah.
And Quellen, what are you doing with your water?
I'm building it up en masse and breaking it off into balls and freezing it into large, like 5-pound cannonball type objects.
And are you casting a spell with it?
I'm controlling the water and letting him hover around me. I am readying a spell in the event if that's allowed, if something happens to me.
All right, specifically to you.
Yeah.
Honoria and Lila opposed Arcana checks.
Oh, this is gross.
And Pope, I want you to make me an Arcana check too.
I still love you.
Kelvin is gone. We do not see him anymore. We do not feel him anymore. And Lila drops to the ground, knees planting to the earth. Her body sways there for a few seconds and then topples, hitting the stone. You have the amulet in your hands, Honoria. You have both of the amulets.
Honoria, help!
I'd rush over to him and attempt to help him up. I've got you.
How far away is she from him?
20 feet.
Can I cast the spell that I readied?
Before she gets there? Yep. What are you casting?
Catapult on one of the frozen blocks of the frozen cannonball.
Dexterity saving throw for me?
Dexterity, are you casting it at Honoria or at Rarick?
I'm casting it at Honoria.
She dodges. Smashes right behind her. She's running past you, past the blocks towards Rarick. What's she doing when she gets there?
I'm helping him up. I've got you.
You pull him back up over the edge.
Do I have time during this to cast another spell?
Yep, one more.
Maximilian's earthen grasp.
Strength saving throw.
12.
2d6, right?
Yep.
So roll 2d6 there.
And she is restrained.
So this stony hand comes up out of the top of the tower. It wraps around your waist. You take 5 bludgeon damage as it's squeezing you.
Rick, he's killing me.
And
Can I cast in this? Like, no, because I'm restrained.
You're restrained.
And I don't make a sound.
Yeah, what's Rarick do?
he casts Toll the Dead.
Make a wisdom saving throw, Billy.
DC 14.
Nope.
Roll that damage.
It's a D12 because he's hurt, right?
Yep. What happens? This is the last of his hit points.
Me?
How do I? Yeah.
Yeah, the spell. Yeah, Greg.
When he casts it, though no one else would know it, it sounds like the bells that played in the 24-hour span where both his mother and father fell to illness. And it's something that he read and promised never to do, but he cast it anyway because he's so alone.
I walk over to his dead body and reach down and take the black cloak and put it around myself. And then I look over to Rarick. I will always be your eyes.
So still not dead, but dying.
Dying.
Quellen, as you go down,
Oh, I
what does
thought you said it
Quellen
was the
do?
last of his hit points.
Yeah. Unless somebody saves him, he'll die. But Quellen, as you take the spell damage, as Rarick turns on you, what does Quellen do?
He starts wavering side to side. He crashes down on one knee. And then he utters just words as a curse. You will never attain the things you desire. And then falls down unconscious.
Can I stabilize him?
Absolutely.
16 on my medicine check.
You stabilize him. The wind is howling now at the top of this peak. Noria.
You can't curse me if you're dead. Or alive, rather. You'll live and love again.
Does Noria help Quellen get off of the tower? Does she help Rarick get off of the tower?
Yeah.
Where does she leave Quellen?
Where he is, I've stabilized him. That's the best I can do for him.
Where does she go with Rarick?
One other thing. Rarick never got a chance to use his magic item, so he leaves his healing potion with Quellen.
Who would have thought a white robe and a black robe working together as a team? I guess we would go up to the very top of the tower.
You are at the top.
Can we get out through here? Is there any windows or anything to get us out?
You can fly out. You're literally standing on the top. You're not inside.
All right. To the edge of the Shuriken Grove we go. You said by
So
sunset.
Where do you go with her?
As far as he can.
To the edge of the Shuriken Grove. Things play out mostly like before. Some things different. Some things we won't know will be different until much later. Much the same. But Quellen lives, and he did not before. And Rarick lives. He even sees Raceland go in through the tower, and he did not before. And Honoria, as she stands in front of the tower and watches Raceland, as the series of events occurs that brings her to the point where she travels through the shadows and through time, she hears a voice inside her head, a voice that she did not hear before things changed. It is the voice of another. It's the voice of Lila Cortis. And Allison, what does Lila say to Honoria?
See you soon.
I just stare at the gem. Nothing else. She said, "See you soon." And I just kind of held the bloodstone. Because I assume that's what it is as a player. I don't know if Dawn can hear us or not yet.
I can now.
Okay. She said, "See you soon." And I just kind of looked at the bloodstone and flicked it. Not out of anger or malice, just, I know.
And that's where we'll end tonight's story. So, we had a big old wizard battle, and time travel gets funky. It gets a little weird. We don't know how things will unfold. We do have a couple of awesome polls. I'm going to check those out real quick and read out the results. We won't know how they affect things in the long term just yet. I have to kind of think about it and decompress a little bit, but I'm really excited to see how things change and how they remain the same for our characters moving forward. Man, thank you guys. Thank you, everybody. I want to go around in a circle, let everybody say their parting grace, and then we'll come around and Greg has something to say too at the end of this. So first off, I'll start with Billy. So you got that mask off your face.
Wait, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody, if you would like to go over to the subscriber room, I have thrown up the final poll of, well, I should be able to. I'll throw up the final poll of the night, and this one is to see if the other ones even do anything. So while we're doing all this, make sure you jump over to the subscriber room and do that. The other thing that I would like to tell everyone is this. We are running super late tonight, so in the stream chat, if everyone who would like to enter our Die Hard Dice giveaway for the fantastic, here they are, whee! If you would like to enter for those fantastic Death Knight dice so we don't get sued, I would like everyone to type one word in chat, and that one word is Coal, C-O-A-L, Coal. So please go ahead and type that one word in chat, and I will hand it back to everyone else as I start to give you the polls and stuff. I got it. I was blind for a while, but now I can see.
All right. So Bill, how are you doing, buddy? Welcome back to your face.
Yeah. Dude, this was awesome. An awesome episode. I really love the character I was playing. I really loved everybody else's characters. Playing a spell slinger is so cool because Tia, Allison, I don't know how y'all do it, Pope. Like knowing you have all this power and you have to reserve it and use it strategically instead of like running in and just being a meat shield. I do not have the intellectual capacity for that. But this was an awesome little experiment and super fun. I'll say hey to all the YouTube viewers out there. Thanks for stopping by. If you want to follow me, you can follow me at Bill of the Forest on Twitter. And this is so much fun, guys. I can't believe I get to do this. This is so dope.
Awesome. Let's go over to Allison next. Hi, Allison. I loved your character tonight, and I knew that she had some secrets up her sleeve, but you kept coming out with more and more things like, oh, she has that too? That's awesome. It was like one thing.
Look, I knew this was going to go PvP like from the moment that you announced to us what it was going to be. So I just figured I'm going to save what I've got till the very, very end, and see how far I can get. And I gotta say, I feel pretty good about how far I got with that whole thing. Knowing that there was a moment here that I probably couldn't change, I feel pretty good about the whole thing. Super fun. And I said it in our player chat when we first set out to do this. I fell in love with Lila Chorus the moment that I rolled her and realized who she was going to be. So I'm just glad she's not really dead. Maybe she can find her way back somehow.
I think for one of the big staples of Dragonlance history beyond just time travel is also the Bloodstone amulet. And we've seen this several times already. It leaves a lot of question marks, and we might answer some of those questions, and we might leave some of those questions kind of obscured through mystery and what they actually mean. And that's part of the narrative and the history of Dragonlance. It's something that I love about it, and I was glad that we were able to bring it in there tonight. I loved that you wouldn't give up. You wouldn't, and you had.
And that's who I figured she kind of would be, as somebody who grew up on the street and survived the way she did. But look, I loved every second. Thank you all so much. I love getting to play with you. Pope, welcome back, and looking forward to the next time. If you like seeing me pull surprises out of my sleeve for good or ill, join us back here on the channel on Sunday nights where I'm running Project Hyperion, a Pulp Cthulhu adventure. We are just in our third episode. It is 1942. We are in the South Pacific, and there are strange things afoot. So would love to have you join us. Until then, follow me on Twitter, Allison with 2 L's and a Y, Robinson, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, and I'm in Project Hyperion. I love that show. Please, guys, if you haven't checked it out in chat, you're all here. You're like, what do I do on a Sunday night? You could watch reruns of Game of Thrones, or you could watch those after you watch Project Hyperion. So start with Project Hyperion on Sunday nights. It's been great fun so far. I can't wait for this week's episode. We'll go ahead and go on over to Honoria, to Tia. How are you doing?
Allison, your character was amazing. I'm sorry, and I love you so much. It's always so hard when you have to bring the player versus character love, and it's like, I love you, but I need you to fail, but I love you.
But I'm gonna kill you. No, I was down for it.
It's so good. It's sometimes PvP doesn't go very well, so I'm glad that you have the heart of the role player. You know what I mean? Billy, I completely disagree with you. I think you were one of the greatest wizards I've ever seen play the game ever. I love that you were just using your spells and using them the way that they're meant to be used, instead of us scaredy cats over here who are hoarding our spells for as long as possible. I think you have what a real wizard should be. Every time I watch Greg play somebody who is innocent, again with the player versus character arguments, like I see him playing somebody innocent, it's so believable, but as a person I go, Dad, he is so full of shit. Like, but masterfully played. And Pope being the narrator inside of the dungeon, for lack of a better term, was almost like playing Dungeons and Dragons online, but like a way better version of it. You know what I mean? Like having the narrator is something that I've never had in any game ever. And Dawn, I'm sorry that players fuck up all the best laid plans.
I thought it was great. I love player versus player conflict. I thought there might be some tense moments. Obviously, this was more than what I anticipated, but I loved it because it was so true to all your characters. And we started with those dreams and what they wanted. And like with Lila, you know, her that dream that we started with, that was a beautiful dream. It was one worth fighting for, and she did fight for it. And I could not love that more.
This message is brought to you by Die Hard Dice and the official Honoria dice, which are beautiful, and I love them. And the thing that I want to close with, obviously, follow me, Role Players TV, pretty much everywhere else. Something that will be forever touching to me is that the black robe that she wears isn't the one from Dead Master. It is from Billy's character.
That was so cool.
I don't know. I did not plan that, but it felt like the moment.
Yeah.
And I love you guys.
Awesome.
Pope, so how are you doing? And I want to say I've loved Kelvin. I've loved his journey from the beginning all the way to now. And is this the end? Who knows? But I feel like, man, like that's a life and an afterlife. Like he had it all. And how are you feeling right now?
Oh, wow. That was something else. That was crazy. Like I was expecting like some shenanigans, and just the setup with everything and going, just having that experience and realization totally in character. I'm in the damn pyramid again. That was something else. But guys, thank you so much for having me. And tonight, these characters were absolutely amazing. I mean, Billy, do not short yourself. I have never seen a player use the decanter of endless water.
No, that was so cool.
That was so cool.
Okay, every single time, like, I'm guessing fighters, you're like, you know, comfort zone, but every time you step out of it, you never cease to impress and amaze.
Seriously,
give yourself
dude.
more credit.
Yeah, you're a fucking boss, dude.
Man, fucking Pope. All right, give me the pep talk, I guess.
And then, like, Lilicornis, just the dice tonight. Good heavens. Like, all those damn 20s and being able to just play so close to the vest, and then Mage Slayer? Okay. And Greg, just okay. Like, I know it wasn't that long ago that you did the charity stream with Daredevil, but Daredevil the Mage, the good, like, white suit Daredevil the Mage, that is just insane. And I love the way this played out. I love the way it ended. There's so much at stake, and I can't wait for next week. Is it Wednesday yet? As for finding me, World Build here on the Twitch, Pope World Build on Twitter. You can see me over on Encounter Roleplay, 2 p.m. Eastern for 40K Inquisitor. I'll be on the same channel, same time this Saturday for their 48-hour stream as they try and raise money to help Will and Sid immigrate to the U.S. It'll be first time playing Warhammer Fantasy. But Legion, I fucking love you. YouTube folks, I love you too. Don't stop tuning in. Don't stop dreaming. You matter. No matter how crappy the day was, you matter, and I love you.
Pope, thank you for being a part of our story, for coming in and giving us so many stories that we wouldn't have had without you, for each and every single character that you had interactions with a flashback, and then you came into the present storyline for that really pivotal moment this season. It's been amazing. I'm very grateful for you and what you've added to our world. I'm just thank you. Yeah. And I hope I get to roll dice with you many more times. I'm sure that I will. Everybody in chat, thank you so much. Everybody on YouTube who's watching this, not live, but after the fact, thank you for spending time with us. And if you can make it on a Wednesday at 8 p.m., come by, say hi. Our chat's very friendly. Everybody's super cool, all really kind, intelligent storytellers and people who love storytelling. And that's what we're all about here. You can follow me at Donathan Fry on Twitter. I do stuff. I post it there. And before I pass it off to Greg to wrap us up for the night, I'll just say the results from the polls, and we won't say what this means, but things have changed. Not just the things we know, like which robe Honoria is wearing, or what pendants she's holding, or who lived and who died, and who's inside of whom, because that all matters too. But
excuse me, what?
oh yeah, don't worry about it. You're fine. What we found out from chat's interaction with our polls tonight, thanks to some awesome support from chat, is that an old friend thought lost forever is going to return. That at that last moment, last season, when Averin saved her sister Leerly, her best friend Leerly, from the vampiric Kinder in the forest, and Leerly in turn abandoned her, let her be torn apart. This time, in this version of things, Leerly saved her. She pulled her away. What that means, how that changes the story, is something we'll find out next week. In ways expected maybe and unexpected, but I'm really excited about that one because that's going to change a lot for Avrin's character. And then finally, the big question, can we change the past? The chat said yes, but with grave consequences. And I'm sure we'll get around to that too. That's all I got. Thank you guys for spending so much time with us tonight. I know it was a long one, but I wanted to send this story out with a bang and make sure that we really got to tell this part of Kelvin's story, because it's been an epic one. So thank you guys for being here. I'm going to pass it off to Greg, but I love y'all and I cannot wait for the next time I see you.
All right, friends that stuck around. We're going to give away these dice. I've got the wheel of, this is Thunderdome. You know, we face a deal, we bust a deal, and we're going to face the wheel. I'm going to take you over. It's just going to be Dawn in the wheel. We're going to do some spinning. If you're not in chat, we're going to reach out and get a hold of you. Everybody's got their fair share, so here we go. And that looks like Dad Blazin'! It's Dad Blazin'! And we're back. Dad Blazin' won. We will get in touch with Dad Blazin'. That will be, I'm pretty sure, I will double check, but I'm pretty sure it popped up Dad Blazin'. I couldn't read it there, but everything is super great. Love it. This show has been fantastic. Hats off to Pope, especially. I get blessed to play with all these people every week, and Pope, man, wow. The chat said it best. The one-liners were fantastic that you were coming up with for our guy. And I certainly hope when I saw Dawn's poll that a friend thought lost we've got a lot of memorable, we got Hawthorne just went out last week. And Soft Hat went out last week. You went out this week. I mean, I'm super duper torn, but if someone can come back, I'm super duper stoked. I cannot wait. It was the greatest poll in the history of polls. And then, of course, Ken is not a vampire. Ha ha! Suck it. Love it. Anyway, for those of you that would like to get your hands on some of these dice, tomorrow night on Dungeon of the Mad Mage, we're going to have the same type of giveaway that we had tonight. We've got a pair of Ruby Platinum Mythica dice from Die Hard Dice that will be going out then. And also, if you would like to go buy your own, Let me see. I should be sending that in the giveaway. Promo code up in is the Grim up in chat. Take 15% off your order. Go out, grab those dice. They're super duper fun, super duper beautiful. They're collector's items, and they're awesome. So that's all I've got to say. Everyone, just stick around the channel. Give us a follow. Grimjack21502 on the Twitter. Part of the Tales from the Grim team here on the Twitch. We will see you all tomorrow night. We will see you all on Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern for Highlander and 7 p.m. Eastern for Project Hyperion. But everyone take it easy. And as the campfire dies down, there really is only one thing left to say. You can't always roll nat 20s unless you're Allison, but you can always role play. We'll see you later.